Hello, a very good morning and welcome along to the Modus Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You could say that today is the after party after an amazing weekend, but if I've learned one thing from 3 years at university, the after party is where it's at. And what a week of action we have got ahead of us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to see the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock, in action, former world finalist Andy Hamilton too. It should be great fun. And we're going to be watching all of it in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson. Paul, great to have your company once again. We'll talk about this week in just a second, but I want to go back to Saturday night where history was made in this building. Bo Greaves becoming the first female player to win a week, becoming the first player to win a week without dropping a match. Any record that was there to be broken, she pretty much did.
Yeah, she's having a pretty good few weeks, isn't she? Winning a women's series event without dropping a leg and then coming here and not taking a slice of history, pretty much took the cake. And was she ever in any sort of trouble? Not really. The ability to perform under pressure can be summarized in the fact that she needed one match dart. That was it. It's there, you take it, you move on to the next one. And speaking to Bo afterwards, congratulating her and saying well done on the 2 bits of history that she made on Saturday night, it was just another day at the office for what is a very, very special talent.
Well, let's have a look at her stats then for the week, because it will back up the point that Paul's illustrating. In matter of fact, she only went to her last leg once against Sebastian Evetts on the Thursday, and I'm not sure he had a match dart in that either. The only player to win every match in a week, most 180s per match in a Super Series week, third highest running Super Series average over the course of a week, and a world record average for a female player. She said it was a trial shift. If that's just a trial, God forbid what will happen when she comes back at Champions Week.
Well, the thing is, we know when she's coming back, and there's been a lot of speculation over the last, let's say, 18 months, because Bo's been a world-class player for a while. People were asking, when is she going to make her debut here? When we found out that she was coming into week 9, we were all very excited. We wondered what we would see. But what's exciting is that we know when she's coming back now, and it will not be that far away.
Can she win Champions Week?
There's no reason why she can't. And you can imagine the press, the social media interaction if she was to do so. But if you look at her just as a player, which is the way we should look at all players now, and we will look at the players in week 10 the same way, she has put numbers in that would frighten anybody who walks through this door.
Well, it wasn't the only event that took place here at the Super Series over the course of the weekend, because yesterday we had an influencer event here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where people from the worlds of TikTok, YouTube and all over social media were paired up with pros for a special event raising money for charity. Now, it's fair to say that we all have that little bit of hope that when you step onto the stage, the first score you're going to hit is a 180. Well, it's fair to say that yesterday, in the case of one of the players, that rang true.
I've been privileged to see some people do some great things in darts. I've been to exhibitions where I've seen people hit their first 180, but can you imagine what this must have felt like? The noise in this place, the reception from the likes of Adam Lipscomb and Jared Cole, who are fairly local to this place. They know what it's like in this place when it's packed out. But that 180 there was a great moment, and that young man is going to be remembering that forever.
Well, it was for charity. Over £1,500 in the end was raised for Cancer Research UK. A great event involved, and it was run in the end by Charlie Murphy, who beat Pieface in the final by 2 legs to 1. Well, there was a couple of people in the front row that very much got into proceedings, didn't they? So that was how that one ended up. And I don't think it's going to be the end of influencer darts events, considering the way it went across social media. But let's move on to this week's action then, shall we? Because we've got a very good cast list for you, headlined by the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock, and Ted Evetts, who, of course, Fallon beat in that World Championship match. Of course, he will not want to be reminded of that once more. Andy Hamilton also in the mix, as well as Darius Labanauskas. And we could go on and on about the names involved.
Yeah, it's a strong week. You've got Shane McGurk coming in a little bit later in the weekend. He's in arguably the best form of his career over a sustained period as well. We're talking about a good 6 or 7 months with Shane. And the bookmakers have got Shane as the favourite for the week, which is something that we will discuss in commentary. But don't underestimate people like Richie Howson. Don't underestimate Andy Hamilton at all. Andy is always hungry, always ready, But as far as his form is concerned, it's promising.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies think then as far as this week is concerned. Now, we were talking about this morning, and we were looking at Shane McGurk at 4-1. Now, we know he's had a very good time of it. He's played in this series, won 14 out of 15 in a Group A. Is that 4-1 justified in your opinion?
I think it probably is. It's very close. I'm not sure about Ted Evetts at 5-1 at this stage, because if you were to gauge him on the last time he was here, that doesn't look right. But Shane, looking at 4-1, it's almost correct in my opinion. But I look at some other prices and I think, I'm not sure about Andy Hamilton's price at all. I think sometimes our friends at the odds compilers get a lot right eventually. But we'll see where things stand come the start of Saturday night. They got it right with Bo on Saturday night, so we thought that was a bit skinny. They were spot on.
It's 18 plus, and it is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first game of the morning session then, shall we? And it sees a reunion of that famous match of the World Championships as Fallon Sherrock takes on Ted Evetts, and we know exactly what happened in that particular encounter. Well, the Queen of the Palace is hoping to follow in the footsteps of Bo Greaves by winning a week here at the Super Series. She was the first ever female player to hit a 9-darter at the Live Lounge. What more history can she make this time around? Earlier on this morning, she caught up with Phil Barr to get her assessment ahead of the week.
Fallon, here we are, a new week at the Super Series. Excited to return?
Yeah, very excited to return. I mean, I've had good memories here and I've not been here for a while, so it'd be really eventful to see how I play today.
Where is the Fallon Sherrock game right now?
I think it's good. You know, there's still like tweaks I need to make for my consistency a little bit, but you know, the more I play, the better I'll get, you know, and I haven't got my blocked here today, so hopefully it goes well.
Obviously, looking at your Women's Series stats this year are very, very good. Are you hoping you can build on them?
Yeah, definitely. I think my actual running average is probably more steady than last year. So hopefully I can build on that going into the rest of the season and hopefully, you know, stay kind of where I am.
Ted Evetts up first. Have you two shared a joke in the practice room that you're up first?
No, not yet, because I didn't even look at the schedule. I've not long been here. So, yeah, no, I'm excited to play Ted again. You know, I'm actually sat next to him as well, so it's quite fun.
Across the week, are you looking to play yourself into some form, or are you hoping to get out the blocks quickly?
Ideally, get out the blocks quickly, but knowing how I play, it'll probably take me a couple of games to kind of get into it and then hit form later on in the week. You
won a week back when we were in Southampton. Is it now ticking off the list to actually win a week here after coming close?
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously winning the week in Southampton was great, and then obviously seeing Bo win, I think it was Saturday, kind of give me inspiration now to kind of, you know, kick in and win one here at the Modus Super Series.
Well, Fallon, wish you all the very best ahead of play.
Thank you.
Fallon Sherrock wants treble 19 and now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. And she is in action against Ted Evetts in the first game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is a renewal of that infamous World Championship match back in 2019. Amazing to think that's 4.5 years ago now. So much has changed in the sport. So much has changed for the pair. For Ted Evetts, it's about an immediate return to the tour in 2025 after dropping off of the PDC circuit at the end of last year. While to Fallon Sherrock, she'll be hoping that she makes it onto that tour for the first time next year. The Queen of the Palace, the first ever Women's World Match Play champion, and she'll be hoping to add a Modus Super Series weekly title to the collection. As for Ted Evetts, well, he played here in week 12 last time and missed out on winning Group A by a small margin, missed out on making it through Group B by a small margin. Your referee is the Dutchman, Marco Meyer. The first start of the week's to be thrown by Fallon Sherrock. She'll be hoping she'll be thrown the last, Paul Nicholson.
Indeed.
140.
That's what we call a bookended week. But wasn't week 9 just a little bit fabulous? There's a lot of potential about this week. And we're not just talking about Fallon. We're not just talking about Ted. There are other players who could have a really big say.
140.
But I think more than anything else, Henry, week 9 proved that this is a great place to play. Because when you've got someone who's never been here before,
57,
who is in form, when they grace that stage for the first time in a week, they go to another level. That tells you that this place can give you the vehicle
60.
and the setting to play your best darts. Bo Greaves has now proven that. But so has Fallon. She's hit a 9-darter here. She's hit a 9-darter elsewhere as well.
96. Fallon, you require 161.
But I've got a point to make about Fallon. Maybe in the next leg, because this is a decent start from one of the best players to have ever come from Buckinghamshire.
61.
First finish, leaving at 10 after 12. Evetts looking to apply pressure against throw.
100.
Leave himself on a
Fallon, you
finish, but
require
this
100.
for the opening leg. Tops. No, decided to stay for the treble, and so Evetts has an outside chance of the 148 to
80.
take out the opening
That's you
leg.
require 148.
Trying to leave double 4 here.
100. Fallon, you require 20.
Fallon did say in her interview this morning that it might take her a little bit of time to get going.
10.
And
That's
she
you
didn't
require
reference it, but
48.
from dart player speak, that means it might take my doubles a little bit of time to just get polished.
Well, Evetts has been a bit of an outsider in this leg, but it's
that's
one that he's
crucial in the
taken
first
against the
leg.
throw.
Dead
1-0
Evetts.
to Super Ted.
My point about Fallon is
Second
this.
leg, it's dead to throw
After
first.
everything that's
Game
happened in
on.
the last 5 years, how about we compare her to all of the players in this group? Evetts, Hamilton, Daniel Asbury, who we'll get an awful lot of information about this week.
100.
James Vanbesien, we've seen a bit of him in the previous series. And we know plenty about Darius Labanauskas. I don't say this
41.
lightly, but there's going to be a lot of social media interaction about her this week. There'll be a lot of focus on what she does this week. But we have numbers that prove she has the biggest
95.
ceiling here this week of any player. She has a better personal best average
40.
than Ted. We can compare them to the rest of the field if you wish, but that tells you enough that she maybe has the most explosive match in her, and that makes her one of the favourites for the week. It's not just reputation, it's numerical
139.
proof.
Percent's getting out the gate strongly and missing those 3 darts at a double. Evetts has now taken cruise control of his second leg, and
That's you require
next to no time at all could find himself into a 2-0 lead. He's got at least 6 or 167 to get the job done. Ted must have been thinking, though, when he saw the draw
81.
sheet this morning. He must have been thinking, you have to be joking, haven't you?
You can look at it one of two ways.
60.
You can look at it and say,
86.
not her again. Or you can say, oh, well, we had fun the last time. Let's have some fun again.
Yeah, that's good.
And
So
this
then the
is
second
fun
leg.
for Super
Dead
Ted.
Evetts.
This is a really good start, especially on the doubles. 2 out of 2.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw
And
first.
feeling good.
Game on.
Where did you watch that match that they had at the World Championship? It was in the year of 2019, but it was the 2020 Championship. Do you remember much about it?
I remember the game because I nearly never watched that match because I was meant to be working on a football game that inevitably got postponed. And I remember watching it, sat on my own in my room, and yeah, you remember it's just one of those games you just remember being captivated by from first start to last. Because remember a couple of days before, Makoto Suzuki missed
96.
match starts to beat James Richardson, and you just
Largely
felt, is it going to
forgotten.
be now?
Largely forgotten that. You make a great point. James Richardson could have been in Evetts' shoes before these two even played.
140.
But when Fallon won that match, darts changed that day. And if you don't believe me,
99.
just go back 4.5 years. Darts was in a good place, but then it went into a rocket ship and into orbit. And courtesy of someone who's got a shiny new green jacket this morning,
77.
it's gone into a very different orbit. Many congratulations to Littler winning the Austrian Darts Open in Graz yesterday. And well done to Joe Cullen as well for making the final.
100.
Nice to see Joe making a final and going in the right direction. Darts has been everywhere this weekend, but all of the stories are positive.
There's an interest in this sport unlike anything before, and Sherrock has
57.
played her
Fallon
part in
require
that
110.
and needs 110 to put it back to 2-1 to get her first leg on the board.
Wants to go back to the 57 here, but it is somewhat guarded.
40.
Evetts will want to leave Motown here of 44 if he can. Should do with that lie.
140. Fallon requires 70.
Now there is huge pressure on this 70. Otherwise, Sherrock could be broken for the second time. It's double eight. It's
that's been shown in the
superb
third
from the
leg.
Queen of the
Fallon
Palace
Sherrock.
to get herself on the board. Back to 2-1 it is.
Forward
These two have
leg,
actually already
centre
met
throw
this
first.
week
Game.
because they played against one another in the Influencers event at the weekend. And
58.
Fallon Sherrock and Charlie Murphy beat Ted Evetts and Pieface by 3 legs to 1.
99.
Many congratulations to everybody who took part and the people who attended yesterday, all in the name of charity, which is the right thing to do. That leads me to my next point about darts at the minute, because we are in such a good spot.
100.
There are so many different promotions, and this place has had an awful lot of good press over the last couple of years.
140.
We are but custodians of this sport. In 50 years' time, we will pass it on to other generations. It's up to us to look after it until that point. And if we all subscribe to that mantra, this sport will do
99.
brilliantly in the next 5 decades. It's up to us to look after it. And when we look at the likes of Sherrock, we look at Evetts, we look at Littler, we look at Bo Greaves,
42.
we are leaving this sport to them, and then they will leave it for the next generation.
Legacies is what it's all about.
There's a very famous watch brand that their marketing company came up with one of the best
100.
slogans I've ever heard. And I don't mind saying the name because we are on YouTube. You never own a Patek Philippe. You just take care of it for the next
100.
generation.
That you require
It's the same about
144.
sport. We are but custodians of this sport.
Evetts could be the custodian of a 3-1 lead, but he can't take out the 144, and so Sherrock's going to return for the 120 to square. This game up at 2 apiece. Remember, Evetts
Fallon, you require
had gone
120.
2-0 up after breaking Fallon in the first leg. This for the break back, but the cry of "oh wow" from Sherrock after the first dart strayed wide into the 5, and so
32.
Super Ted
That you
is back
require
for a
48.
3-1 lead, and his first win of the week at the Super Series. From that point onwards, could be within sight. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth.
The outer ring has been at
Dada.
his mercy so far in this match. It's been so sharp. Visit
like it's Fallon
perfect
to
is all
throw
you can
first.
ever wish to
Game
have. And that's exactly what he is. Now, Matthew Edgar was here all of last
100.
week and yesterday, and he did a fabulous job. But he brought up a word on Saturday night that I'm a big, big fan of. And it's something that's used in the fitness industry a lot these days. Functional.
100.
Matt attributed being visit perfect on doubles to being functionally perfect. It makes so much sense.
134.
That's exactly what Ted is doing in this match. Functional doubling, perfect. Every now and again, you're going to get a 4 out of 4. And that's going to be great.
180.
Our first 180 of the week comes from Super Ted. And the last point about functional
41.
doubling. What's the difference between 100% and 33%? Nothing, as long as your visit perfect or functional. It's as simple as that.
Which is why I feel like statistically it needs to be something that's a more relevant guy than
100.
perhaps it is. But Evetts here closing in on the match. 121 to seal a 4-1 success to condemn Sherrock to defeat in her first game
140.
of Monday morning.
That should
But
require
that 140
121.
keeps Ted interested if this doesn't go. May just be a dart of the bull. It will be a dart of the bull. Which doesn't go, and so Sherrock's got to move back in the match. But essentially, she's going to have to take out the 86.
It's a very similar finish to the one she's already taken. But now it's the bull for Sherrock.
Yeah, that's game short.
What a save. What a find from Fallon to bring it back to 3-2. But Ted now throws for the match.
6 flag. It's Ted to throw first. Game on.
Nothing settles you down more than a bullseye finish like that. It may just be 9:50 in the morning local time,
46.
but when you get your first really good checkout like that of the week, you think, right, now we can find something over the next
100.
maybe 4.5 matches for the day. Could be a good day ahead when you hit shots like that.
You just got the sense that she needed something just to give her a bit of a spark.
93.
I'll tell you what's not talked about a lot when it comes to Fallon. Well, it's 2 things, actually. One, she's 29 now. She's been playing darts on our radar for 14 years. She was younger than Littler was when he made his World Championship debut, and she was starting to become very well known. Playing county, international stuff.
100.
We could be here until next Sunday talking about her CV, the same as we were with Bo Greaves over the course of the last 4 days. But she is vastly experienced. She's played
26.
top-level darts almost half of her life. And the other thing that people don't recognise about Fallon is her sense of humour.
58.
Spend 20 minutes with her, and I guarantee you, at one point, your sides are going to be splitting.
People forget that she made the World Championship final in 2015 at the age of 20.
Exactly. And her action then was very different. That pronounced straight arm at the start of the throw was there. She's reined that in and become more compact ever since, and now technically she's better than she was in 2015.
58. That you require 104.
Was that to a very good version of Lisa Ashton on that day. And she could be losing out to a good version of Ted Evetts here, averaging 93.4. And it's going to have a dart at double 16 for the
72.
match. Couldn't
Value
take it, so
required
Sherrock,
96.
96. You'll remember this finish.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's game short in the 6 lag. Fallon Sherrock.
Ted Evetts just can't get rid of Fallon Sherrock.
7 final lag. It's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
He is internalising the way he feels very well, and he knows that he can remain patient throughout the course of this group. However, he's had a dart at the bullseye to win this match. He's now had a dart at double 16 to win the match. And Fallon is still in with a great chance of winning this match here. She has the darts in the last leg.
100.
And she has a half dart lead. This will be the last match of tomorrow, as our fixtures from today will be flipped around. I wonder where we're going to be sat at the end of game 30, I wonder. That will give us a great deal of information going into the final day of Group A on Wednesday.
And I don't think this group's as cut and dry as in for some people may think that there's 4 players and another 2 in there. I don't think it's just going to be as simple as that.
100.
I think there's somebody who could potentially just go under the radar a little bit and go on a bit of a run.
120.
This is a strong 7th leg. Where's your money, everybody? Do you think she's going to leave 96 and hit it again? Ted is not going to leave a finish.
135.
That means Fallon has got 6 darts from here. It's a question of, can she get it done?
134.
She was 2-0 down. Evetts had a match start in the previous leg, but Sherrock has dug in. And will leave 62 after 12 to get the job done and to seal the first victory of the week.
42. Fallon, you require
And it's
62.
solid as well. The average is 87. 1 match start. Guaranteed.
22.
But she cannot find tops.
Just you require
And
124.
so Evetts has a chance on the 124. Treble 18. Doesn't go, and so Sherrock's going to have more match starts to beat Ted Evetts once again. This time on the Super
56.
Series stage.
Fallon, you require 40.
Tops for Sherrock. A win for
yours,
Sherrock
and a match,
against Ted
Fallon
Evetts
Sherrock.
once again. This time on the Super Series stage in a last leg decider. And just like that World Championship match where Ted Evetts led by 2-1, Sherrock has come back from behind to beat Super Ted. That is the tail of the tape. Both players 50% on the finishing, but Sherrock getting over the line. Evetts missed a dart to win the match 4-2, but it's the Queen of the Palace who picks the 2 points up. Coming up next, the former world finalist and the champion of champions runner-up last month, Andy Hamilton, up against the debutant, Daniel Asbury. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Fallon Sherrock got the better of Ted Evetts by 4 legs to 3, averaging 85-42. 50% on the doubles and a 96 checkout as well in the mix. So, next up for us, Andy Hamilton in action. He's been in a great vein of form over the last 6 months or so. The former World Championship runner-up made it all the way through to the final of the Champion of Champions, where he lost out to a man we're going to be watching later on this week in Richie Howson. Up against him, the 31-year-old debutant for Telford, Daniel Asbury, who won the ADC Midlands Vault qualifier to get to the Modus Super Series. And I've been having a chat with one or two people over the last few hours or so and yesterday evening, and the reports I've been getting about Dan have been very, very good. And when we crunch the numbers, they've been good as well. Running average, this mainly based on Q School stats, but still very good and a good sample size nonetheless, of just under 85. And a doubles percentage of 30% as we see our referee for the week's proceedings, Marco Mayer. Yeah, that's game on.
One of the best parts of Mondays, isn't it? Seeing a new player, seeing what they can do. And this is what the ADC does. They feed us these kinds of players.
$60.
A very easy action. Always good to see. We will cast our eye over that action over the course of the next few days. But plays a lot of darts around Dorley, just outside of Telford. Does Daniel.
93.
And without speaking to him so far, I don't like to pester people on their first morning, because if they feel a bit nervous, they just want to spend a bit of time on the board and get themselves ready. Might have a chat with him a little bit later on, but it's not as if he's been given just anybody on his debut. He's been given a former world finalist. So I wouldn't blame Daniel if he's just a little bit nervous, but yeah, I've heard a few reports as well from people who say that he's very, very decent. And I don't think Shropshire get anywhere near the credit they deserve for the players that they've had over the years. Look no further than a certain Dave Pallett.
94.
Well, Asbury first to finish, but he may have to take out the 161 with Hamilton sat fair on 84 after 12. It's not going to go, but steady enough start for
30.
31-year-old. Hamilton back for 84 to take out the opening leg with throw. 14 and bull. The bullseye. Doesn't go.
59.
But Asbury hasn't left it handy for the 161. So it's got free dart out, which he isn't going to take. And so Hamilton will turn for the 25 to take the opener.
41.
That first dart tells me something about
25.
Daniel. He doesn't just play the game, he studies it. 2-8 for Andy.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Nice steady start from the hammer. Who has been in form recently. He's played some good stuff here.
Second leg is Daniel the throw
at the
first.
start of the year. He's played some good stuff at seniors. One of the hardest working players of the last 25 years.
134.
He has sparred with almost everybody in this part of the country and in the West and East Midlands. He has constantly put himself out there to try and improve,
15.
to stick around. And he enjoys the game just as much now as he ever has.
He's in a real happy place, and if you look at his social media feeds, it's very much the case. He's playing a lot of events, he's watching a lot of darts, watches this on a regular basis too. You can tell he's in a real happy place, and when you look at players like Andy, you look at players like Kevin Painter, Robert Thornton, for example, they're realistic about where they are in terms of their career. The Pro Tour probably isn't for them anymore, but they know what they can be is one of the very best at the level they're at in terms of
63.
Playing in the World Seniors, in terms of playing at the Super Series, or if they want to double their hand in the ADC or WDF, for example.
I think they've been given that enjoyment because of the availability of other places to play. Can you imagine, and I'll bring this up again in the next leg because it's a salient point, where Daniel is looking to get his first leg on the stage. The moment he gets that, the moment he starts to settle a bit more, the way that Fallon did when she took her that 70 checkout in the previous match, and we saw what she did from behind against Evetts.
100.
He'll have a nice clean checkout to start his day. Double top.
34.
Not
And
a bad
you
dart at
require
all.
128.
But he may have his pocket picked by the slimline Andy Hamilton, who has shed a bit of timber recently. But he doesn't get a look at the bullseye.
92. Daniel, you require 40.
Asbury tops to level up at 1 apiece. Double 10. They're not far away,
35.
but he cannot
And
find
you
that first
require
double, which would
36.
inevitably have settled him down. And so Hamilton for the break in a 2-0 lead, double 18.
He fully expected that to go in with the first
Yeah,
start.
that's game short than a
He
second.
does
leg.
walk away from
Andy
leg 2
Hamilton.
with a 2-0 lead.
Third leg is Andy the
Now, my point about
Game on.
Thornton, Painter, Hamilton, and others, people who have done very well from the Pro Tour over the last 15 to 20 years. Let us just
43.
imagine what it would be like for those players had they retired from the Pro Tour or not been on the Pro Tour earlier
134.
than they did. Let's say that Robert Thornton didn't go back to the Pro Tour in around 2015. Let's say the same for Hamilton and Painter. Where would they be now? Would they still be in this kind of form
96.
with what was available back then? I don't think so. I can't envisage Andy going to WDF events around Europe and the world. The fact that the game has been very well domesticated has allowed a lot of players, especially in the United Kingdom, to keep their costs low,
42.
but to get maximum benefit from the places that they do go to. Look at Daniel. He's a great example. He went to Q School back in 2014 and didn't go again until 2022.
100.
The domestication of the ADC and the availability of this new pyramid that everybody is benefiting from is being felt every single week here.
Well, this has been a really
61.
good leg from Asbury against the throw. He's going to have 6 from 87 to
Daniel, you
get his first
require
leg on the board,
87.
and he's left it after 9 darts. Averaging 94.36 here. He's had a couple of maxis. He could be really pleased with his opening
that's game
display
short
so
in the
far,
third leg.
and he could be really
Daniel
pleased with that
Asbury.
87 out. It's a breaker throw. It's that first leg on the board, and there was
Fourth
no
leg is
messing about
Daniel
that
the throw
time.
First. Game on.
If you needed a little bit of proof as to what Daniel can do, I submit leg 3 into evidence. That was an 11-dart leg.
81.
A lot of people were saying, including you, Henry, on Saturday, that maybe Bo Greaves could be the face of the Super Series in 2024. I don't disagree with that at all.
84.
But how about if there's more than one story? Last year was all about Littler. We know that. But what if we see a lot from Sherrock,
140.
Greaves, and maybe some other ADC qualifiers? I am a firm believer that in the last 18 months, this place and ADC Europe have rejuvenated Sweden.
48.
I was screaming from the rooftops, not literally, but I was screaming at Sweden saying, come on, show me what's next.
92.
We've been given Victor Tingström, Anton Östlund, and a rejuvenated Andreas Harrison, as well as others. Now, we're asking the ADC from Europe and domestically, what have you got next then? And we're starting to see more players like Daniel.
96.
The Henry Ford assembly line of darts.
That's one way to put it. If you want to put it in a
58.
Simpsons way, it's the cracker factory of darts. Because there are a few crackers out there, which we love.
Well, this is kind of following the similar trend to the previous match where Evetts raced into a 2-0 lead, was
62.
reeled back in by
Daniel, you
Sherrock,
require
and
130.
Hamilton, who found himself tunnel in front, could also be pegged back to 2 apiece because Asbury's got 6 on the 130 here, doesn't have to chase the bullseye, and so went across to the 18s
90.
and has set himself up for tops to level this match up. And it's fair to say these two have kind of swung like a seesaw so far. Asbury's put his average up to 95. Hamilton's is below the 80 mark.
96. Daniel, you require 40.
Good performance so far.
That's
And
game
he's now
short in the
all
forward
square
line.
with Andy
Daniel
Hamilton.
Asbury. Fifth flag, it's Andy to throw first.
When you're Daniel
Game on.
and you're going to be excited but nervous about your first week and your debut in this competition, what would he have thought that when he eventually saw the lineup of the week that he was in, he saw Hamilton, Evetts, Sherrock, Labanauskas, and it goes on in B and C?
60.
Well, let's face facts. When you've qualified for something like this, which he has been qualified for a little while, you want to go up against these names.
100.
If I had been in Dan's shoes, and I'm going to call him Dan because it's Dan on the back of his shirt, I think maybe Daniel is his official name that maybe is only uttered by his parents, maybe, when he's being told
58.
off. But if I were in his shoes, I'd want the best you've got. I'd want to test myself. And he's been given a really
96.
good testing, reputation strong week. He's going to find out more about himself this week than maybe ever before.
Well, he qualified through the Vault Series in Series 6 of those events. In terms of
100.
Series 7 of the Vaults, he actually leads the Midlands 180 table at 19 on. So one thing we can expect from him is power scoring.
If you just immediately put him under
57.
pressure for maximums, Henry.
Yes.
Sorry, Dan.
Oh, the 19 was in 1 week. My apologies. 19 in a week.
Bo Greaves had 18
58.
in 2 days here last week. She was averaging almost 2.25 per match. If anybody does that this week, then I will bow to thee.
84.
Scoring stakes have slowed down a little bit here. And I wouldn't classify this as the quickest week. You do have some methodical players out there.
180. Daniel,
Is
you
that the new
require
180 celebration from
164.
Andy Hamilton, I wonder? If it is, I like it.
A salute to you, Andy. I suppose everyone's now got their iconic
64.
180 celebrations. It's
Daniel,
become
you
the
require
new
45.
trend.
You're not wrong. Everybody wants to grab social media by the throat and say, this is me.
It's for a 3-2 lead.
29.
Hamilton cannot find a way
Daniel,
back
you
in front,
require
and Asbury's been
100.
biding his time. He was 2-0 down. If he can pin this ton out, Richie's got 2 darts at tops. He'll turn this game around and he'd have the throw in the next leg. Well, you
that's
have to
game
commend
short in
this
the
from
fifth
Dan
flag.
because
Daniel
he was
Asbury.
2-0 down and he's really up the levels and averaging 92.69 on debut, 3 from 8 on the
Sixth flag,
doubles,
it's Daniel the
and he now
throw
has the
first.
throw to win
Game
his
on.
debut match against the former world finalist Andy Hamilton.
This is a fascinating debut performance. You know how they say
58.
that you can be as cool as a cucumber? He looks as cool as a cucumber on the stage. However, you're not supposed to put cucumbers in the fridge. True story. So I don't know where that comes
43.
from. But
So where
he
do you
looks
place cucumbers? So where do you place cucumbers?
in a dark, dry place.
58.
Certain things just shouldn't go in the fridge. However, if you think I'm talking complete and utter nonsense, go back to last week's Group B. There will be a small fridge in the players' room,
140.
and I'd have been shocked not to see Stuart Kellett's darts in the fridge, because that's where he usually puts them when he's not throwing them, because he likes them to be cold. Wasn't it great to see him last week as well? Great to see Kuster back, and we hope he can get another visit here. Really good to see Stuart Kellett.
Nice to see him in a nice frame of mind as well. He's taking some time away from the sport, and it's very much just something for enjoyment for him now as opposed to anything tangible in terms of a professional career.
Anybody who's watching on our YouTube feed today will be getting their money's worth, because
97.
we could well be going the distance in 2 straight matches to start Group A.
More legs than the spider I found in my kitchen sink this morning.
Makes sense.
96.
Spider's got 8 legs.
That's
That's more than 7 legs that we got in the first game. And possibly the 7 legs we're going to see in this match. Not your worst simile, Deacon.
56. And you require 88.
However, conceivably, this may only be a dart at the bullseye for Hamilton to take us all the way, and he would have the throw in the last. Well, he may not even get that. It's a stray, the first dart. But it's a great recovery of the second. Double 18.
70.
Doesn't go,
Daniel,
and so
you
to seal his
require
first Super
98.
Series win, Asbury 98.
Is he going to get a match dart?
$58.
It's
and
tidy.
You require 18.
He is asking the question of the hammer now. Is he going to be favourite? Oh, is that a good miss?
That's
It's turned out to be. You'd rather hit the 14 than the 9. And he knows it.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Making a point in more ways than one, and for the second time today, in just 2 matches, we go all the way to a deciding leg.
I was just wondering on that previous shot for Dan Asbury if he could have stayed on the 60. When you've got 98 like that,
99.
a lot of players would have stayed on the 60 to try and get a shot at double 9 because you've got that backboard of those upright darts. Now I'm going to go early with this
137.
because every now and again you'll get a new player like Dan and they'll remind you of someone. In a funny sort of way, he reminds me of Daryl Gurney. And it's not his chin before anybody says
60.
anything. It's the way he extends the arm, the way he brings it back. It reminds me of Gurney.
60.
Not a bad comparison. The former world number 3, former world Grand Prix and Players Champ. Players Championship Finals Winners Union, yeah?
He's in the club. He's got a permanent invitation. There's not many people in that club. There's only 8 of us.
That's because there's some guy in green who just kept winning it year after year.
Yeah, he's he's the chairman of the VIP room.
He picks champions dinner, does he?
134.
Well, Asbury's left himself first to a finish against the throw, but Hamilton with a treble will do likewise. Well, that first dart sat up perfectly for him.
He might have to switch now.
98.
He probably would have switched anyway.
170.
Hang about. I think he was dreaming there of getting his first 170 on the stage. That would have been some shot. He's put himself in with a really good chance of winning the match if Andy misses this next dart at 60. But he doesn't. To win. Tremendous effort from Andy Hamilton. Now Asbury gets his chance for his first win on the stage.
2 in hand at tops. Perfect guide. But he can't
12.
use it. And Hamilton's going to
And
come
you
back here.
require
Led
12.
2-0. He saw that lead slip. And now he comes back for double 6 to seal a 4-3 win. And the
Good
hammer
shot
is on
and
the
a
board
match.
as Andy Hamilton gets his first win of the week in his first game of the week. He gets the better of the debutant Daniel Asbury in a last leg decider. Plenty of encouraging signs for him on his first game in the Super Series stage. But Hamilton winning out in a last leg decider, averaging just under 83.5, 4 from 11 when it came to the doubling. He's beaten Daniel Asbury by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, a first appearance on the stage for Darius Labanauskas, Lucky D, the Lithuanian star, up against James Vanbesien.
Here we go then. Last game of round number 1 on Monday morning. And it's a very, very warm welcome to James Vanbesien from Belgium, who has graced this place before. It will feel very familiar to him. And when he was here on his debut week, he played 6 days, which is always a good sign because it means he was part of the Saturday finals. He'd love to be part of the Week 10 finals here in Series 7. But it's a justified warm welcome to this guy, one of the nicest guys around, unless Matthew Edgar gets in your ear and says he's a bit of a person who crushes dreams. Well, I'm the asset Paul Nicholson, this is Henry Deacon, and it's a very warm welcome to Darius Labanauskas, the second player from Lithuania to play here at the Super Series, because his good friend Mindy has already been here before.
Mendauskas Barauskas, one of the
First leg is James to throw
best sounding
first.
names at the
Come
Super
on.
Series.
Not if you got a lisp.
Well, luckily he's got no R's in it then. But James Vanbesien, his second appearance here, played some decent stuff the last time he played at the Live Lounge. He made it through
83.
to the Saturday night final. In fact, we were discussing this morning about his group performances and how he stayed in the same position in every single group.
Yeah, he was
45.
bronze Vanbesien, wasn't he? Because he was third in Group A, which was not a bad achievement that week. And then when he went through to Group B, he was third there as well. He ended up going to a finals night
100.
that was rather good. It was won in the end by a certain Mr. Sykes, who has been one of the stories of the Modus Super Series in 2024.
100.
Vanbesien was eliminated in Group 2 when he played James Wilson and Kurt Parry. He lost both of those matches, but he was very competitive.
Yeah, Tom Sykes, one of those players who I think will look back in a few
60.
years' time. We'll see him really develop, play on the Pro Tour and think, this was where he was unearthed. This was where the journey started.
I think with some players, it's easy to say that
60.
this is where they started. A lot of people have said that about Littler last year, and as much as we do take a little bit of credit here in Portsmouth for the progression of Littler to where he is now, his journey started when he was 12. Whereas
81.
Sykes, we can take almost full credit for his progression over the last 6 to 9 months, because it was this place that rocketed him into everybody's living rooms.
It was nice to see Tom on Saturday evening. He was here on Saturday, and I believe he was here
60.
yesterday for the influencer event as well. Real nice guy, real nice family as well. His dad's a real character.
We've got 2 very methodical players here. And I think what we've seen from James in the past is that
60.
his action will just incrementally speed up throughout the week when he gets comfortable, whereas Labanauskas is about as reliable speed-wise as a grandfather clock.
100. James, you require 100.
He will never change. This shot was hit by Bo Greaves on Saturday night, so in a match.
77.
But it's not going to win
Darius,
leg 1
you
here.
require 136.
But these are the types of finishes that Darius is always going to be lively on, so watch out for them as the week goes along. But Vanbesien
96.
leaves himself on
James, you
tops to
require
take out the
40.
opening leg. Both players on tops to win the opening leg.
Yeah, that's
And
game
it
short
goes.
in the first
Vanbesien
leg.
takes the
James Vanbesien.
first rubber. Darius was in action in the European Tour at
Second
the
leg
weekend
is
at the
Darius to
Austrian
throw
Darts
first.
Open in
Game on.
Graz, and he acquitted himself very well indeed.
He did. Just getting to one of those European Tour events via the Nordic and Baltic qualifiers is hard enough.
97.
And then he was put up against Maras Razma. I mean, talk about a dreadful draw, playing the person that you're actually going to be sharing a hotel room with. He ended up winning the match. He was the better player as Razma struggled a little bit with new equipment.
81.
But he did trouble Joe Cullen in round 2. Joe would go on to make the final. But Darius lost with a 99.71 average.
140.
With that kind of information, if somebody pushes him here this week, he's got in his arsenal something good enough to win tight matches. And for everybody who's a Spurs fan out there today,
85.
I'm sorry for using the word Arsenal so quickly.
But just like Tottenham, Labanauskas still looking to pick up a big
81.
title this year.
Okay, you took it too far.
Through to the semi-final on a challenge tour, lost out to Danny Hansen. No harm in that, because in the form that Danny Hansen's been in on that particular circuit in 2024. I mean, the performances have been there, but maybe not been matched up with as many results as he would have liked. Maybe that Euro Tour at the weekend could be a turning point for a player who, not too long ago, was pressing on the cusp of the top 32 in the world.
Yeah, very fair point. It just goes to show if you have one really, really bad season, which is exactly what Darius had in 2023,
90.
you can tumble down the
Darius
rankings.
requires 78.
That's what happened. But he's a workhorse, and he is a man who constantly sips from a glass that is half full.
58. James, you require 145.
He will never complain. He will just turn up, do his job to the best of his ability, and try to figure things out. Might look at the switch now, considering the 60 is blocked.
70.
Interesting call.
Darius, you require 20.
I promise you he was not going for the treble 10, but it wasn't a bad shot in the end.
Yeah, that's game short.
Doesn't make any difference, though, as Darius gets his first leg here in Portsmouth.
And the reason
Third leg
behind
is James
Darius's
to throw
drop
first.
down the
Game.
rankings, it was mainly due to 2 World Championship exits quite early, which tumbled him down the rankings, and 2 big drop-offs in terms of prize money in terms of the World Championships. Got to the quarterfinals back in 2020 when he lost to Michael van Gerwen by 5 sets to 2.
83.
Yep, that was another World Championship where he beat Matthew Edgerwin. And then didn't qualify for the 2024 World Championship, so he had money being dropped off his ranking as a consequence of that.
45.
He's not going to be fazed by this week if you consider that making the quarterfinals of a World Championship yields £50,000. He's not even the top earner in a tournament here this week, because Andy Hamilton got 100,000 for making the final back in 2012. You really are poking the bear this morning, aren't you, Deacon? I don't think you're going to be on Matthew Edgar's Christmas card list, and
60.
even though I did lead you into upsetting the Tottenham fans, you may have a little bit of repair work to do later in the week.
That's all right. I'm an angry bear on this Monday morning.
I think he enjoyed that, don't you? He's left himself a chance of a 170 finish. He is a very passionate and very focused beast, is Vanbesien.
180. James, you require 170.
He wanted the shot, he gets the shot. But he's not going to take it. What Labanauskas wants is another of what he's just done.
58.
In matter of fact, Matthew Edgar's not the only Super Series commentator that Darius has beaten on a big stage.
140.
Because
James, you require 112.
He beat Glenn Durrant in the BDO World Trophy at the Lakeside. That was back when that tournament was broadcast on Dave. Meanwhile, James wants double 16 for 112. Oh, it's so reliable. And as we know, the Phoenix likes a big celebration, and the celebration we get there, he leads 2-1.
Game on.
No panic from Darius. I once likened him to a Bond villain because he just gets on with the job. He's
45.
unflappable. But if I may divulge in this, something I mentioned a few years ago, the great Sean Connery, arguably the greatest James Bond of all time. Can you imagine Sean Connery saying Darius's
43.
full name? It would feel like a Bond villain name. Darius Labanauskas. It's just fabulous.
You've been spending too much time in the company of Paul Starr.
95.
He'd be able to do that better than me.
Incidentally, talking about Darius Labanauskas' record against commentators, there is a win in there. Well, no, there is a win for one of our commentators, shall I say, against Darius. That was Scott Mitchell in the 2018 BDO World
61.
Championships, where he beat him in the last set, decided by 3 sets to... That was the infamous game where Scott Mitchell had to run off stage after the first set before almost being caught short.
I remember it well.
64.
I don't think Scott will ever forget it. Yeah, Darius has got a lot of experience in different places. He's ticking off really important venues as he goes through his career.
100.
And he has succeeded an awful lot wherever he's gone. He's been the poster boy for darts in that part of the world that he's from, with Modus Razma, for years.
140.
And maybe things have changed in darts since he made his European Tour debut. Consequently, it was in Graz.
135.
First time I ever met
Darius
Darius was in Graz, and that was when he was making his debut. And the last time he's played on the European Tour was Graz, so he knows that place pretty well. And he's about to get to know Portsmouth very well.
Well, he's got 6-1-5-7.
85.
Labanauskas to square this game up at 2 apiece, and it could keep us on track in terms of playing every single conceivable leg today.
I don't necessarily think that anybody's going to dominate this group. It's not going to be like last week with Scott Mitchell. No one's going to make 28 points. I've gone early with that, but I think 22 gets it done, possibly 20 this week. Now, 48 more will get it done here for Darius.
That's game
Pinpoint.
short in the fourth leg. Darius Labanauskas.
Nothing lucky about
Fifth flag
that.
is James to throw first. Game on.
I wonder where he got Lucky D from. I know that the D is for Darius, but I wouldn't really associate anything lucky about him. It's not as if he went to Vegas and got a massive 5-figure jackpot and got a nickname that way. I wonder where the lucky comes from. Maybe we can dig into that this week.
I'm sure Dean Moss will be in touch. Our
100.
resident Nordic and Baltic expert does a fantastic job out in that region in terms of organising events and exhibitions and looking after players too.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Is it just me? Or does this place seem really, really quiet today?
92.
More than most Mondays because of how loud it's been the last two.
Feels like when you have a house party and it feels like the morning after, you're thinking, what's happened in these rooms?
60.
We're getting an insight into some of the parties you've had. I think there would be some people who were here yesterday who would like to have stayed.
60.
Well, they could have stayed the night. We would have charged them for the luxury, but... And of course, you could be here on a Saturday night at the Super Series. Dartshop.tv is the place to be to get your tickets, or scan that QR code that you can
60.
see on your screen. £2 admission money, that's a booking fee, plus free drinks for £10 to the cash-only bar. But it's a real good night out here on the south coast of Portsmouth. And tickets are available until the middle of July. So you've got plenty of time to pick a week that you'd like to go to
78.
and tick this off your Tungsten bucket list.
What I'll say is, if you're keen to come to Champions Week at the end of May, be quick. With all of the names already there, of which there are 9, and now that Bo Greaves is there, people will want to possibly see her and some others. So be quick in getting your tickets. Hopefully when you come down, the weather's better than it was on Saturday night, because it was very, very wet here on Saturday, and the best place to be was inside here, keeping it nice and dry. He knows a thing or two about this shot, doesn't he? This 141.
109. James, you require 32.
James has been plucky in this game and using the advantage of throw very, very well. How does he get past those?
No score.
He doesn't. And that could be the turning point in this match.
32.
Double 16 for Darius Labanauskas.
Yeah,
For a
that's game
3-2
short in
lead, the breaker
fifth
thrown.
line.
He now
Darius
throws for
Labanauskas.
the match. Labanauskas, who had a
Six
9-darter at the
Darius
World
to throw
Championships, but
first.
probably the most
Game on.
forgotten about 9-darter in the history of the Alexandra Palace tournament, because there was 3 in the 2022 World Championships. We know about the one that was hit by Gerwyn Price in that game against Michael Smith. And, of course, we know
81.
about that one that was hit by Willie Borland in the last leg of that game against Bradley Brooks. But in the afternoon session on the Saturday after the Friday night, when Willie Borland hit that 9-darter, Darius Labanauskas did exactly the same against Mike De Decker. But because it was sandwiched in the middle of 2 magnificent moments, it's
45.
almost a bit lost amongst the darting public.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And he also lost the match. I don't think Darius is one of those players
100.
who has been given the credit he deserves because of what he's done in his career for himself and Lithuania. He almost constantly swims under the radar. Some players don't mind that.
95.
Some players take offence to it. They think they should get more credit than they actually do receive. Darius isn't bothered. He just plays darts. Gets on with it.
He's like a
140.
German engine in the fact that there's just a consistency and a reliability about him. And sometimes we don't talk about him in the same echelons as other people because we just know what we come to expect from him. And what we can possibly expect from him is possibly closing the match out because he's got 6 on 180 here to seal a 4-2 success and to conclude the first round of fixtures for the day.
He's going to set it up, isn't he?
100.
It's pretty good. No matter what double he's going for, just watch out for what Darius has almost created as his calling card,
140.
which
That
is hitting a match
require
dart and leaving
80.
his arm out there and making sure it's in and full stopped. Watch out for it on double 10 or double 5.
Game shot.
And there it is.
Darius
And he will now
Labanauskas.
shake the hand of James Vanbesien, Darius Labanauskas, of his debut win on the Super Series stage, getting the better of the Belgian by 4 legs to 2. Well, we had big expectations for him at the onset of this week, and the 91-26 to start is a very good way to begin your campaign. He gets the better of James Vanbesien by 4 legs to 2 to conclude the opening round of fixtures. Coming up next, we're going to watch Ted Evetts and Annie Hamilton go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanauskas got a bit of James Vanbesien by 4-2 to end the first round of fixtures. Next up for us, we're going to watch Ted Evetts up against Andy Hamilton to kick off round 2. Evetts, who lost out in the last leg decider against Fallon Sherrock in the opening match of the session. Hamilton, a 4-3 win against Dan Asbury to kickstart his day. Hamilton had to ride his chances here and there. He was good in spells, but Evetts averaging 91.87 in that game against Sherrock. If he plays that kind of level, he's going to be a lively contender for the week.
It's been a fascinating morning so far, as everybody who's had the darts has averaged in the 80s. Everybody who hasn't has averaged in the 90s.
First leg, it's set to throw first. Game on.
Shall we have a little bit of quizzing with our watching audience and with both of us here? Because these two have played each other once before outside
96.
of the Modus Super Series. It was 8 years ago. 8 years ago. This is when Ted was a kid. However, my question is this.
100.
After Andy Hamilton had beaten Ted Evetts 6-4 in the last 64 of a Players' Championship in April of 2016, who do you think won the title that day?
180.
Don't go to your smart device and look at it. Have a think. April 2016. Cast your mind back. Who was pretty hot that year
140.
when it came to Players' Championships? And you might just remember it.
The tungsten teaser is back. By the way, just to make you feel even worse, April 2016, I was still in
96.
school.
We are still in school of sorts because we're learning who is the best player in week 10. You never really leave school.
81.
And Andy would admit that.
129.
He's still learning, even though he's in his 50s.
Evetts has got 6 and 129 to take out the opening leg. Double 16 would have left double 12. 48 left. He'll
99.
leave himself double 16 after 12 upon his return.
Ted has looked pretty useful so far today. He did lose his first match.
121.
Andy was going for the small 20 there.
Required 32.
That's his play when that happens. Over the top and
that's
in
game short in the
for the first leg.
Ted Evetts.
Evetts has looked solid
Second
so
leg,
far.
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
That's an opening 14-dart leg. Things didn't go his way the last time he was here, but he'll have learnt an awful lot about himself with that 5-day experience in the previous series.
57.
What he'll want by the end of the year is to be ready to mount another assault on the Pro Tour. If he wins a weekly title or two, even a series, he will see this year as successful, in my
58.
opinion.
Where do you think Ted Evetts is now?
Searching. And there's nothing wrong with that. Whether you're searching for form, searching for an ingredient that will give you the ability to play well, search, learn, find,
96.
achieve. At the minute, it's still April. He's still got 6 or 7 months to get some proper form.
99.
I think he'll find it. He just needs to remain active. Keep the work ethic up. Play with the right people. Practice with the right people. Make good choices.
100.
Got a fantastic question here from Brian Roman, our good friend, the Noodle. He said,
Goedemorgen, Brian.
He said, question for Henry and Nico. Do you guys think that James Vanbesien will be as comfortable
96.
this week as last time out? Because now he only has to speak English because the other players in the group, where obviously last time Brian was there too.
That's a fantastic question. I think with Brian in the room with him last time, it would have given him that little comfort blanket of being able to speak in your mother
85.
tongue. Whereas if he's communicating with the other players here, it's going to be English, isn't it? Because I'm pretty sure that
140.
James's Lithuanian isn't up to scratch. Great question, though. Very different dynamic in the practice room this time for James. And
60.
these guys have been in
Statute
multiple
require
practice rooms. It's
108.
different every time you go in there.
Every week's unique in that respect. Evetts for 2-0.
He doesn't have to go treble 19 here. You should know this. These are the things that you need to know. In spots like that,
56.
you've got 89
MEP
left.
require 103.
With 2 darts, you could go 51-38. If you believe that you're only going to get that one shot. And it turns out he does get more than one.
71.
Well, Hamilton's
Statute
missing
require
some big
52.
numbers at big moments in this match. He did it on the setup approach in the previous leg. Evetts 52 for 2-0. 2 at tops. Now 10s. He's not a friend for
32.
Super 10. And Hamilton
And
will
the
get a
unit
reprieve
required
despite that
32.
slash into the single one.
Having 6 darts from 108 and not taking the leg at this level must be construed as a mistake.
Shovels across.
No
Cannot
score.
find a way in. The third dart clatters off
Statute
the barrel of the
required
first.
20.
And so Evetts will get another go at double 10.
I've never seen a situation where clatter being the word we use is a good thing. It's usually telling us that something bad has happened. Oh, how does he get past that? Well, there is room to the left-hand side. There's a risk here that if he hits it, that dart falls on the floor.
10.
And to be honest, he was lucky to get
And
that
you
close.
require 32.
But this is a leg that should have been over a few minutes ago, and Ted should be in a 2-0 lead, and he knows all about it in the background. Cutting a forlorn figure.
Yeah,
And
that's game short in the
Hamilton levels
second
up at one
round.
apiece.
Andy Hamilton.
The story of Ted's day so far is he's been playing some good stuff in the scoring
Third
phases,
leg is
but
set to throw
missed doubles
first.
at crucial
Hamilton.
times have come back to cost him. He had a match start to beat Fallon Sherrock in the opening match of the session, and he's missed a handful of opportunities there to move 2 clear against Hamilton.
58.
If you have been thinking about the teaser from the start of this match, it was the 9th of April in 2016 when these two played each other on the Pro Tour.
96.
Andy won that match. I asked who won the tournament. It was not Michael Van Gerwen. He lost in the final, and it was a rather remarkable final because Benito van der Pas won it.
58.
6 legs to 5, averaging 110.24. Van Gerwen lost that final, averaging 111.72.
Seen Benito on this stage, so I'm around about
96.
this time last year.
I do wonder if we're going to see him again. Depends on what he wants to do and where his game is at moving forward.
I remember speaking to him when he did play last
140.
year, and there's a lot going on in terms of family circles and things that are going on outside of darts. So we hope to see Benito back, and hopefully a version of him that could be really competitive. Because there was signs at times as well that his best game was there, but
59.
when you don't play for as often as he has done in recent times, then that consistency could be quite hard to find.
Everybody's on the search for that consistency. But you need a really good sample
99.
size to try and find that. That's what Group A gives you. Over the next 2 days, what you're going to get from these players is them learning about where their game is at this week.
95. That you require
If someone's in a
146.
good vein of form, they can bring it here and dominate. That's what we saw from Mitchell last week. It's what we've seen from Shane McGurk in a previous Group A. We've seen it from David Evans as well.
130.
But I don't think anyone's
And
going to
you
dominate
require
this group. I just
155.
can't feel it.
Well, the passage of play this morning has been indicative of that fact. 2 4-3s and a 4-2 to kickstart our session. This battle between Evetts and Hamilton very much in the offing, and I mean very much in the offing, because that 1-3-1 leaves Hamilton on double 12 if this doesn't go. But Evetts finds it and leads 2-1.
Forward Laggett, Andy to throw first. Game on.
Have you ever seen the movie Casino Royale? The James Bond movie?
I've watched it, yes.
There is a scene in that movie that I'm going to use for Ted.
57.
Because Ted is noted for something that he does in his spare time. Because he's a qualified chef and he's an excellent cook. There is a character in that movie called Monsieur Mendel.
180.
He's from a Swiss bank and he looks after the money when they have the very famous poker game in Montenegro with Le Chiffre and Mr. Bond. When Bond wins,
51.
he is visited, when he's in a hospital, by Monsieur Mendel. And when Daniel Craig sees that character turning up with this encrypted device to get the money,
48.
he says, "You didn't bring any chocolates." And they all started laughing. I could level that at Ted, because you didn't bring any chocolates. He is the best truffle maker
140.
on tour, and he didn't bring any with him. And I'm not happy.
Well, from Truffled, he'll be chuffed with the way proceedings are going here, because he's
140.
threatening the break of Hamilton to move 3-1 to the good, moving through the gears, averaging 93.05 now. The scoring hasn't been an issue at all, and to be honest, the doubling hasn't been bad, but it's been the timing of the misses for Ted.
140.
He can put it right, though.
133.
If he takes a 3-1 lead here, he will feel that this game is at his mercy. The double-double is on. Interesting.
93.
Interesting
And
indeed. He
require
opened up double-double
113.
and he didn't use it. I wonder why. Does he think he's coming back?
Well, he's going to have to find a treble first. Not of that variety. And there's been a few wild darts like that for
33.
Hamilton.
That you require 40.
It's not often you see 3 trebles hit, but that was 3 small trebles.
Yeah, that's game short than the fourth line.
Reminder, the
Data.
influencers played yesterday. Evetts breaks and leads 3-1.
Fifth Laggett, Data throw first.
13 darter
Game
as well
on.
to put him on to match point.
I honestly can't remember the last time I saw somebody get treble 7, treble 3 and treble 1 in the same visit. That is a really weird one. There are certain people on tour
40.
that you have a connection with, and you constantly talk about the same thing every time you see them. Whenever I see Barneveld, all we do is talk about Jim Carrey movies. Whenever I see Ted, all we do is talk about food.
93.
And if you want to strike up a conversation with Evetts about anything, just ask him about really good quality honey. He can talk about it for 15 to 20 minutes.
To be fair, if I'm driving
59.
back with Ted this evening, I'll make sure I talk about honey till he's home.
Corny.
We mentioned that influencers event
58.
yesterday. I believe all the games are going to be re-released on YouTube. You can watch the live stream as well. And, some of our jobs are actually at Fret, because we had a number of guest commentators who were commentating on proceedings. Cam Crabtree had a go at it. Mason Whitlock had a go at it. I believe Jared Cole had a go at it
94.
as well. Some of our social media team had a go. Jack Garwood, Taylor Nello, and Jake Kenyon did a superb job, it has to be said, presenting that programme yesterday. Live TV isn't an easy skill, and to do that first time to the degree that he did it, that deserves a lot of
96.
credit and commendation. I don't think that's going to be the last you're going to hear of an event like that.
It's 2024, Henry. Things are changing in the world.
57.
Can you imagine this happening 20 years ago?
Well, I was free at the time, so I probably had no better recollection.
Okay, so the Henry Deacon
58.
age counter has gone to 2. But think about what darts was like 20 years ago. 2004 was the year that Andy Fordham won Lakeside. Back then, darts
95.
accessibility was very, very different. And the access to 2 points for Evetts, it's starting to widen. He's got a guaranteed shot to get it done here for the biggest shot we've seen to finish a leg here today so far. Best finish we've had was from Vanbesien, 112
32.
in game number 3.
You require
To better that,
156.
Evetts needs 1 route and 1 route only. 2 treble 20s and double 18.
Not to be, and so can Hamilton save the match on the 164? He may have to,
140.
because Evetts has
And you
left
require
himself on double 8.
164.
Been a real polished performance from Super Ted, and he's going to come back for free in hand in double 8 to see the job through.
104.
This has been a good
That
level
you
of play
require
from Ted
16.
today. He averaged 91.87 in defeat in the first match, and he's averaging over 90 here.
And Hamilton's kept himself interested on 60. Hamilton can't believe it. He's thinking, how does he find a way?
He's going through them,
No score.
but you can't get through something
he
like
requires
45 grams
60.
of tungsten like that.
So bring it back to 3-2 and return the game to throw. Hamilton's going to have a couple at tops. Once again, Ted has been left in a precarious position in terms of a box bed with free in hand at a double. But Hamilton's got the open bed of double 10, which he can't
50.
find. And so Evetts going to come back for 3 more, do
16.
8s.
Game shot.
He'll be
and
relieved
that's
now.
Ted Evetts.
He's got his first win of the day, but Andy Hamilton is still searching for his. Well, he did get a win in his first game, I do beg your pardon, because he beat Dan Asbury, didn't he? But Super Ted, 87 average, 30% on the doubles. That's the kind of performance that when you have put it in the bank, you'll think, I'm on my way to doing something good. As far as Andy's concerned, we'll see him in round 3, and he will be up against James Vanbesien. In game number 5, it's going to be Sherrock against Labanauskas. Interesting one, that one. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ted Evetts got the better of Andy Hamilton by 4-1. Both players averaging 87 in that encounter. Evetts getting over the line quite convincingly. It's been a very good session so far. In fact, the lowest average out of the 8 recorded is 83.5. And next up for us, it's Fallon Sherrock up against Darius Labanauskas. Sherrock, who got the better of Ted Evetts by 4-3 in her opening game. Darius Labanauskas beating James Vanbesien in his first encounter. And I get the feeling that the one word we're going to be talking about in this game is consistency, because both players have that in an abundance.
Oh, they do when they are in full flow.
First leg is Darius to throw first. Game on.
It's amazing how many times you see games starting with a confused fist bump. It's almost as if everybody's got an idea of what maybe should be done as a mark of respect before the game starts, but it's amazing how many times it's confused.
Cannot beat a good bit of social awkwardness, can you?
Well, how about the time that Richie Burnett beat me in the World Cup and stuck a nut on me? I'm being totally honest. We went to hug each other and we went right down the middle, and we ended up knocking each other's heads together. It's quite funny. It did hurt though.
Not as much as the Endo slap to Robert Thornton.
Yeah, that's a brilliant one.
100.
Darius knows a thing or two about PDC World Cups. He's been the captain of Lithuania every single time. And I wonder if they're going to be involved
100.
this year. There are no guarantees.
This is where I feel like the idea of World Cup qualifiers is
32.
such a great idea. I think any
Darius
country that has a tour card,
161.
automatic invite, and then those elsewhere should play in a pooled system locally in terms of your geographic region and maybe internationally as well.
Well, they do have qualifiers in the Western Hemisphere because they don't have a great deal of nations who are largely represented in the Caribbean, South America, that kind of thing.
180. Darius should require 32.
The 180 column has been somewhat represented so far today, quite well. Got to go over the top, Darius.
16.
But not that much.
54.
Sherrock, fair play to her. That 180 sets up a bit of a snatch chance.
45.
But she can't.
Darius should require 16.
8 for Darius. To take the first rubber. We said about reliability. 16 data in this format is kind of the par for the course.
Yeah, it is for Labanauskas. 91.26. His first average in a winning 4-2 performance against Vanbesien in round 1. 16 data is just short of 94. But if he's in decent form coming into this week, expect him to average around 90. At worst, I'd say
100.
You're going to get something in the region of 84 from him. But he doesn't tend to have a terrible game. However,
93.
I do have a little bit of information as to maybe where things started to go wrong for Darius over the last 18 months. And it was against Fallon Sherrock.
100.
Back at the Nordic Darts Masters of 2022, he played Fallon in the first round and didn't play well at all. Averaged 76 and he lost 6-1. It wasn't a good game, but Fallon was better. She'd go on to lose to Michael Smith in the quarterfinals. And it was at that point Darius didn't really recover
100
for the next 15 months.
And it is interesting how years worth of good form can just fall apart on one result.
It proves the fact that confidence can be lost instantly, but it can only be regained incrementally. You can only do it one brick at a time.
85. Fallon, you require 72.
Treble 12. A somewhat old school routine these days. Is that in tops? Look on the bright side, Fallon. It's in the board.
52.
That one is not.
Darius should require 116.
So Labanauskas 116 for 2-0 lead, and the break of throw will head down. That's not a bad lie for the treble 19, which would have left him Bedard at tops, but he wasn't happy with the release of the throw there. And so Sherrock's going to return for double 10 to square this match up at one apiece.
20. That's game short in a second leg.
That is a very good
Fallon
shot.
Sherrock. Third leg is
She hasn't
Darius
changed a
to
great
throw
deal of
first.
stuff in the last
Game
5 years, has she? Dart shirts, very similar to what she had before. The dart shape, and I believe they're the same barrels as well. They haven't changed. She's not one of those players who constantly tweaks
45.
things. She has a formula that works, and she sticks to it. And she's not just good at steel tip darts as well.
100.
She is really good at soft tip.
Didn't you two play a World Cup together?
2017, Team UK, myself, a couple of other
100.
gentlemen, our captain Adrian Gray, and Fallon was our female representative, and she was incredible.
Bit like that.
180.
The second maximum of the match. And this, I feel like, is a big year for Fallon in respects of the limelight maybe being put elsewhere. Obviously, what Bo Grease did on Saturday evening. We know what she's capable of, but
140.
you feel like maybe this is a year where she really wants to put that foot on the pedal again.
The start couldn't have been much better. She's had a fabulous
44.
start to the women's series. Now it seems like she's going toe-to-toe with Bo. And they are the top two. It could be both of them going to the
43.
Palace a little bit later in the year. And we're not that far away from the Winter Gardens as well. And they are the two Women's World Match Play champions.
89.
Looks like they're going back there to see who could possibly get a second one.
Well, you look at the last few months, you'd say them two, probably alongside Noah Lynn, will be the three main protagonists as far as that tournament's concerned. We know Lisa's had her
41.
injury troubles as of late.
But she's on her way back. She's starting to play well again, which is great to see. This is a bullseye shot.
55.
That would have been her
Darius
second
should
bullseye of the
require
day had she found it.
132.
But it's Darius who's looking at the bullseye first.
That's a long way off. He knew it was a long way off. There's just been a couple of times where it's been a couple of pulled darts, and he's been reactive to that as well. Sherrock back for 33
40.
for the break and a 2-1 lead, and to
33.
really take a march in this match. To in-hand a double 16, but it doesn't go.
Darius should require 92.
That department she will not be too pleased with so far today. Even though it hasn't been that bad. This is brilliant from Darius.
76. Fallon, you
Can't
require
get the
16.
end product. Can Fallon. Flight's in the way there.
No score. Darius should require 16.
That was a break chance as well. She's had multiple visits to break Labanauskas.
Well, lucky would be the appropriate word for Darius if he could take this leg. Because he's
No
been nowhere to
score.
be seen, and he's snuffed 3
Fallon, you require
chances.
16.
Sherrock, who's 1 from 11 on the doubles, has now got another opportunity to break the throw of Darius.
Well, who's put Jack Butland in front of double 8?
That's game short in the third leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Well, that one gets past the post.
Forward leg, it's Fallon the
Of all the
throw
goalkeepers
first.
in the world, the
Game.
first one you could think of was Jack Butland.
I just thought I'd go left field.
'86.
Labanauskas looking to follow in the footsteps of a number of Scandinavian players who have done great things here at the Super Series. We've spoken about the Swedes, haven't we? Andreas Harrison, Anton Östlund,
60.
Victor Tingstrom, Oscar Lukasiak. But let's not forget as well. The other players that come from that particular part of the world have had success at the Super Series. We saw Modus, Barauskas, as we mentioned, his fellow compatriot here in the past. We've seen Dmitry Zhukov play here previously. And, of course, who can forget the Great Danes, Andreas Toff Jorgensen and Benjamin Giroux, now a tour card holder, as well as Marco Kantala, who's played here at the Super Series before.
Yeah, Scandinavia and other parts of Europe have had such a big footprint
42.
over the years. I think the development of the Nordic and Baltic system over the last 6 or 7 seasons has done a fabulous job in giving people the vehicle that they need to succeed and to find the
92.
next generation as well. Now, this is my point about Lithuania. Lucky D has been shouldering the pressure of that country in darts for years.
96.
Where's their next superstar? Because Darius isn't getting any younger. He's still got a good 10 years left in him, at least. However, when we look at darts domestically, whether you want to look at Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, or even the Netherlands,
45.
we know where their next players are coming from. As far as Lithuania is concerned, and if we may cast the net wider,
40.
also Latvia, Estonia, other countries in that region, where are their next players coming from? That's what I want to know.
If you do have any answers, because you're tuning in from Lithuania, you can get in touch either via the YouTube chat room or via
137.
Twitter at MSS Darts. Sherrock 137 for a 3-1 lead. Double 16
105.
would have been to have put her
Darius
3-1 to the
required
good.
40.
Labanauskas back for tops for the break back for 2 apiece. No
Yeah, that's been
mistake
short
at
in
all.
the
We have a
forward
level
line.
game once
Darius
again.
Labanauskas.
2-2.
Fifth lag is Darius to throw first. Game on.
That was a big chance for Fallon. It was a superb effort on the 137. A somewhat forgotten route these days, as everybody goes for 2 double tops on 80. You can still go for 5 16s.
60.
Consequently, that Nordic Darts Masters from 2022 was won by Dimitri Vandenberg. He won 2 World Series events back-to-back, didn't he?
180.
And 180s don't get prettier than that. And that's the reason why she uses this barrel shape. Because you can get a bit of comfort in the middle, a little bit of girth.
100.
Then it tapers towards the end of the barrel.
Fallon has got previous here at the Super Series. She became the first ever female player to hit a 9 dart in front of the cameras back in August, and she could do it again.
She's got a smile on her face. She knows what's on the line here.
100.
Come on then.
Fallon, you require 141.
Do you want to do it again? Not today. Not in this game, at least.
60.
But people have done that trick more than once. A certain Conor Heenan was Mr. 9-darter in this building. I think Darius is very much aware of what has happened here before.
How can you forget what Fallon did here before? It's actually the most viewed video on the
57.
Super Series
Fallon, you
YouTube
require
channel. You can actually
81.
watch that back if you want to, but Fallon 81, which is quite interesting because actually for the 1-4-1 attempt for the 9 darters, she went treble 19, double 12, where usually her play with 81 left is
41.
treble 15, double 18. That's how she hit the 9 darter on the Challenge Tour.
I've had this conversation with Gabriel Clemens as well. He's still not sure which is the stronger play for him. At a recent European Tour event, on the Friday, he went treble 19, missed it to have a shot for a 9-darter. The next day, when he was 7 perfect darts, he went for treble 15 and missed it by a bigger margin. This is tops. And that is a 3-2 lead for Fallon,
Fallon Sherrock.
who is 1 leg away from 4 points from her first 2 games.
Fallon to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to tell my favourite Fallon Sherrock story now.
Go on.
When we were introduced to the stage in Hong Kong back in 2017, they relayed the fact that we were Team UK and we were introduced before the United States team, which was stacked. They were the favourites. But they ended up not winning the tournament, funny enough.
120.
Japan won it because they beat us in the semi-finals, and they were brilliant. They had Suzuki, they had Muramatsu, they had a majestic team. But when they were
140.
introducing me, the other boys, and Fallon onto the stage, the MC didn't necessarily know a great deal about Fallon and called her by the wrong name.
60.
I don't think Fallon would mind me saying this. She was introduced as Fallon Sherrock.
100.
Well, that is Fallon Sherrock's 5th maximum of the match. And it may well be her last scoring visit of the contest as well.
Yeah. Last week, Bogreaves got 6 in a match. So if Sherrock wants to
100.
equal that,
Funny you require.
Darius is
88.
going to have to win this leg. But she doesn't want that. She wants the points more than maximums.
She had a glance over the scoreboard, saw Labanauskas on 2-2-1, so stayed up on the 20s, and now has a dart, a double
Game
4
shot,
for the match, and a
and
12
Fallon
darter,
Sherrock.
and here's double bubble for Fallon Sherrock. It's a second victory from 2 as she gets the better of Darius Labanauskas by 4 legs to 2, hitting 5 maximums in the contest. 89.85 the average, that despite missing 13 darts at a double in that particular contest. Coming up after the break, Dan Asbury takes on James Vanbesien. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Fallon Sherrock make it 2 wins and 2, getting the better of Darius Labanauskas by 4 legs to 2, hitting 5 maximums in that particular contest. Next up for us, it's Dan Asbury up against James Vanbesien, the 2 ADC qualifiers going toe-to-toe. Vanbesien qualifying through the ADC EQT at the end of 2023, whilst Dan Asbury qualifying via the UK Vault Series, and he's hoping to vault his way into the limelight over the next few days or so. And there was plenty of encouraging signs by Dan in that opening game. Okay, he lost 4-3 to Andy Hamilton, but average-wise 90%, doubles-wise 30%. There's a lot to work with as far as he's concerned.
Yeah, the opening was not too bad for Dan. He did lose, but the signs were encouraging. He did get a match dart. Or darts, because it was 2 at tops. However, he will like to get over the line in this one if he can. He's going to have to be patient because James Vanbesien is not the quickest player.
First leg, it's down the throw first. Game on.
That's one of the things about playing here. You do have to be patient. You have to wait for your games, pace yourself, and make sure that when you play certain people,
80.
you're ready for the pace that they bring, whether it's quick, slow, or somewhere in between. Do you remember why James is called the Phoenix?
100.
Enlighten me.
I was talking with Brian Roman the last time he was here. James was very ill a few years ago.
180.
They weren't sure he was going to make it. And he rose from the ashes like a phoenix. And that's why he's called the Phoenix. It's a very strong story for an excellent nickname.
43.
Slightly better than the Chizzies of this world.
I spoke recently with Luke
58.
Woodhouse about the fact that he's called Woody, and he acknowledges that it's boring. Well, if you think your nickname's boring, change it. Find something else. That's a bit like calling Dan Danny.
100.
Oh, he's lost a flight. I'm intrigued by every single decision a dart player makes.
44.
Why do they play in certain colours? Why do they use a certain coloured flights and stems? What grabs your attention to say, I want to use that? And if you look at these flights, a nice colour of peppermint or spearmint, whatever you want to call them, but why would James
100.
want to use
Then
those
you
coloured
require
flights?
139.
Surely it's got something to do with the fact that he wants to be able to see them.
Well, there's a lot of interesting components when you look at the setup, because you've got the very bulbous barrel and then the very long
99.
stem.
James, you require 158.
Not a setup that most people would enjoy throwing, but it works for him. And that grip, I'd need Brian Cox to understand that grip.
Very almost reminiscent, but in a different kind of way to that of Ronnie Baxter back in the day.
40.
Yeah, the twist away from the jawline. I can see why you would say that. That's not the first time that's happened to Dan. How is he on double 16?
8. James, you
I wonder if
require
that's going to be his
77.
miss this week. Low and left.
Stands in the background and hopes he gets another go with the double 16. But one thing we learnt from James in his previous appearance was his reliability in this kind of range. But he can't recover, and so
33.
Asbury's going to come back for the
Then you
double
require
16 to take the
32.
opening rubber.
Doesn't have to move. Now he does. To the right-hand side.
That's game short in the first.
Very
leg.
well hit.
Dan Asbury. Second lag is James to throw
What
first.
was a
Game
sort
on.
of comfortable situation turned into a little bit of trouble there. But he still walks away with the leg victory in 21 darts. Now, you have to say that 21 darters,
100.
you must minimise the amount of legs where you go into 7 visits. Stay in 5 and 6 visits and you will do a lot of damage in this group.
95.
But if you stretch that out to visit 7, you're susceptible to defeat.
It's fair to say that nothing's really coming easy for Dan right now, is it? He's playing well, but he's having to have a couple more opportunities to take the chances that he's getting. That's probably a
60.
debut nerves thing as well, partially. But the action there, there's not a lot really you can fault.
Not at all. He's not rocking forwards or
100.
backwards. Throws with ease. No hyperextension of the right elbow. I like it a lot. It's quite a rangy throw. And as long as his drawback is in that sweet spot of short of the jawline and not too short,
100.
then I think this is a throw that could potentially evolve into one of the great throws. All the lines are good. You can see the drawback is not that much at all, but
47.
it's a nice amount. It doesn't want to be any shorter than that.
So would you say it's just maybe in certain areas, just tweaking the odd bit here and there?
Yeah, and that is just going to happen as you evolve as a player.
Do you think it might actually come as a result of playing this week? Because you're going to have 25 potentially games in front of the cameras. And so you're going to have so
60.
much analytical evidence to mind that you can work on one or two bits that maybe in practice or in floor tournaments you're not able to do.
Guaranteed matches are good.
102.
It's not necessarily about the technique. It's about how he feels in the 5 matches today and in subsequent days. That is the thing he's going to learn the most. How did I feel in this position?
60. Then you require
And then
157.
he has to learn from how he felt and then put it into winning practice.
57.
There goes the
James, you require
57.
121.
The only over 100 checkout we've had today has come from James, 112.
43.
We did get
Then
100
you require 100.
from Dan Asbury earlier. Are we going to get another one?
Stay chasing the treble there, where it looked like Tops was more
45.
inviting. Again,
James,
just a
you
little
require
bit of a
78.
flyer into the 5. He's going to have to work on them.
In relation to that 100 shot, what letter of the alphabet am I thinking about right now? Y.
Double 16. Doesn't
62.
go. So Asbury's
Then
going
you
to come
require
back for the break,
55.
but it should have been free at Tops. Instead, he's going to have to spurn a dart. Top of the shot.
That's game
Found
short in the second
convincingly.
round.
2-0
Dan
to
Asbury.
Asbury with the breaking crude.
Third leg
My
is
question
Dan
on the
through
previous
first.
leg
Game
was all about why would you go for treble 20 when you've got 80 left and the 60's blocked? That was the dart right
60.
there. He might be able to get past it with a longer stem. However, in that moment, if you think tops is a bit risky with a flight in the way, go to the 16s. Do what
81.
Sherrock did earlier today. You've got 80 left with 2 darts. Go 40 or 32. Just be a bit flexible in looking at the way his darts land in the board. He's
96.
got very, very much an upright angle, like Gurney, like Humphreys, like Vanbesien. You've got to figure out
59.
what is your best route to success, and it can't just be going for the treble 20 all the time.
58.
I will say one thing about those barrels that Dan's got. They've got a bit of old school about them. They've got a bit of knurling. They don't put a bit of knurling on darts in most grip patterns anymore.
85.
It's not particularly fashionable right now, so these darts might have some age.
$99.
It's decent. So far, so good for this match. It's the lowest quality match we've seen so far today, but
100.
you do wonder how things are going to progress over the next 90 seconds. Things could go into a dominant position for Dan,
39.
or is James going to turn things around? That dart out of the board might tell us a little bit more than you think.
Well, it is a custom dart. It's a 23 grand custom dart, but it looks very similar to the type of dart that Adrian Lewis was throwing
140.
around about
Then you
2011,
require
2012 time.
149.
149 isn't going to go, and so
59.
back for
James, you
36.
require 36.
tell you who else used to throw with something similar to that. Tony O'Shea. our good friend the Silverback. Hope you're well, Tone.
That's game short in the third.
However, Vanbesien atones for previous mistakes and brings it back to 2-1 and gets the break back.
James is very accustomed to doing things the hard way. He will never give up. Even at 2-0 down, and let's face facts, he could easily have been 3-0 down there. Dan really decelerated there
45.
towards the end of leg 3. James has just got so much spirit.
100.
If he was to go into business to put desire and concentration in a bottle, I'd buy it.
More spirit levels in a Selco Builders warehouse.
26.
And look, it's a big opportunity for him to play on the big stage. It's a new environment for him. I was speaking to
59.
a couple of people in the last day or so, just talking about Dan and talking about darts in general, and the reports I were getting about him were very positive.
He's at the level now that people over the next few days will get to know his game rather well. He can no longer say that nobody knows me. It's entirely up to him as to how we know him at the end of the week. Shots like that will do him the world of good if he wants to have this burgeoning reputation. But there are lots of people at his level who want to do this and to take the next step.
83.
The maximum did not leave a finish. And the last thing he wants to do here is slow down at the end of a leg again to let James in. Doesn't look like he's going to do that, though.
92.
That's decent. James was looking for a palindrome there, a 171 in number terms, but he's nowhere near it.
13. Then you require 70.
And Asbury has now got 6 on 70. 2 8s. Now double 4 for a
that's
3-1
been
lead
short
and a
of the
15
forward.
darter to
Dan
boot.
Asbury.
And now throws for his first win on the Super Series
Fifth flag
stage.
is down the throw first. Game on.
Well, when he woke up this morning, this was the moment he would have dreamt of. To have the darts in his hand to win a match and to kick off with a maximum as well.
180.
It's not just Sherrock who is getting multiple maximums in a match now. Dan Asbury has got 5 for the day. He's averaging
41.
more than 2 a match at the minute. Maybe what you said about his 180 prowess in ADC darts. His reputation has been put in the suitcase, and it has come
59.
here in his darts case on this stage. He's a good maximum hitter. Maybe he's just got to work on the scores in between.
As you mentioned earlier, that's one of the advantages of a Group A campaign, is you have got that little bit of time in hand
68.
to work on certain areas.
James, who lost his first game to Darius in game 3, is now going to have to do a phoenix and rise from the
58.
ashes of this game. He's not the only phoenix in darts. I've had a communication from a close friend of mine, Daz Rollins, has been in touch, reminding me that
140.
a lovely fella from the tour, Jim Walker, Scottish firefighter, who spends a lot of time with Rob Cross these days.
140.
He's called the Phoenix. Very good player, Jim Walker. Oof, very, very good.
Meanwhile, Asbury looks like he's walking towards the finishing line here, although Vanbesien may put some pressure on this 64. He's going to put maximum pressure on it
180. Then you require 64.
to get his first win on the Super Series stage. It's going to be solitary dart at double 16.
32.
Doesn't go.
James, you
He's
require
had match
72.
darts in both games now. This guy is synonymously hard to get rid of.
32.
It might be a step too far for James, this one.
Asbury back for double 16. 2 8s. To get his first win on the Super Series stage.
24.
That's more
James
chances that have
40.
gone a begging. That's 4 match darts come and gone.
You do wonder how he'll react if this goes in.
30.
But he gets another visit
Don't
at a
you
double that has
require
been
8?
very good to him so far today.
It's been his get out of jail double. And it's the one that sees him seal his first Super Series success. Dan Asbury gets the better of James Vanbesien by 4 legs to 1 to get his first win here at the Live Lounge. For Vanbesien, he's left scratching his head as to wondering how and when he's going to get that first success. As for Asbury, a 76-26, 4 from 15 on the doubles. That's the tail of the tape from that one. Coming up next, it's Ted Evetts and Darius Labanauskas. Welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where 2 rounds of fixtures have come and gone here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Dan Asbury got his first win on the Super Series stage. You get the better of James Vanbesien by 4 legs to 1. And so the beginning of round 3 sees Ted Evetts and Darius Labanauskas go toe-to-toe on the stage. As far as these two's mornings are concerned, both with 1 win, both with 1 defeat. Evetts and Labanauskas both losing out to Fallon Sherrock in their opener, whilst Darius got his win against James Vanbesien, whilst Evetts got his success against Andy Hamilton. And so far as the table is concerned, Sherrock top of the pile on 4, Vanbesien bottom of the table with 0 points, and everybody else has 1 win and 1 defeat to their name. It's been set up quite nicely, Paul Nicholson.
It has. It's a really interesting scenario so far.
59.
Sherrock has done a very good professional job so far, but she's got a lot of people on her tail. This is a fascinating game.
41.
Two players that fell off the tour at the end of last season, looking to rebound. Maybe Darius has had a slightly better start in that rebound effort.
60.
But interestingly, looking at the history of these two playing each other outside of the Modus Super Series, Ted has never beaten Darius in 4 games.
57.
Is that a coincidence? Is it something that Darius really likes about playing Ted? And they've played 4 times over the last 5 years.
58.
It just so happens that Darius has got the measure of Super Ted. Ted will know this.
Whenever players say in interviews, "Oh, I don't have any idea of the
95.
head-to-head records," I don't believe them for a second, because you then hear players all the time talk about head-to-head records against said player.
They all know. And if they say they don't, they're telling porky pies.
57.
I'm always curious to know this about players at this sort of level
98.
who have been on the Pro Tour for a while, who are no longer at this point. What is their best achievement? Darius has done a lot of things in darts. He's won a lot of ranking tournaments in the BDO/WDF
59.
earlier in his career. He's had some good runs in PDC darts. Hasn't won a top-level title, though.
100.
So it does beg the question, what is his best achievement? And we may have to dig into his past at some point, because I'm sure he's won in some very unusual places.
The achievement for Darius here is to take out the opening leg, and he has taken the darts off of Ted Evetts.
99.
He is going to have
Darius,
a
you
poke at the
require
110 to take the opening leg. George running there, would have left double 16. Evetts back for the 109.
86.
And
That
he's
you
going to
require
have to take it out,
109.
you feel, with Labanauskas, Saturn, double 12.
Ted's personal best average in darts is 109. I would like to take it for the first leg of this contest.
57. Darius, you require 24.
Well, Darius is 6 and 15 on the doubles so far today. And makes
that's been
no
short in the
mistake
first
there
leg.
to break the
Darius
third Ted in the
Labanauskas.
first leg. 1-0
Second
to
leg
the
is Darius
Lithuanian.
to throw first. Game on.
It is no shock that Labanauskas has won loads of titles in and around his neck of the woods. In the Baltics. He's won the Riga
96.
Masters in 2014. He's won the Baltic Cup. The Trakai Castle Cup twice. Great names for tournaments over there. He's won the Latvian Open, the Lithuanian Open. He's won that 6 times, by the way.
96.
Estonian Masters and the Estonian Open. But if we're talking about big titles in that old system, I think it's
95.
between 2 of them. And they were both won on the same year of 2016. The Halle Open in March of 2016, he won in Venray in the Netherlands, which is held European Tour darts.
58.
He beat Wesley Harms in the final in March of 2016. That was a very big title. But then, the next month, he'd win the Denmark Open.
83.
And that's got a bit of grandeur. So I'd have to hazard a guess that maybe that Denmark Open win in April of 2016 could be his biggest victory to date.
And that is a tournament which is very quickly coming up
95.
on the horizon nowadays in the WDF system, a gold ranking event, which means if you win that particular tournament, you'd gain entry straight into the Lakeside World Championship at the end of the year. And there's guaranteed to be a different name on the trophy because Andy Barton's the
85.
defending champion, can't defend the title because of his PDC Tour card. He beat Neil Duff in the final of the men's competition last year, averaging 100.78. Meanwhile, in the women's competition, it was Noah Lynn van Leuven who beat
140.
Arena Armstrong in the final by 5 legs to 2. A tournament won by Fallon Sherrock.
There aren't many places that she hasn't won a tournament. That was very nearly a shot at tops for the 142 for Darius. Consequently, that Denmark Open's going to be in the same place as it was last year.
102.
At
Touch you
the
require
Granley
112.
Arena in Esbjerg. Beautiful 60. How beautiful is Dart 3?
That's came short in a
Pretty indeed. A beautiful checkout from Ted. His best of the day so far.
Third leg is Tata throw first. Game on.
Have you noticed that there's been a little fleck of something in the tops bed all day and nobody's hit it yet? It's been driving me crazy. Me and my tidiness thing that I've got going on.
97.
I would have wafted that out of the tops bed already. If Simon Whitlock was here, he would have hit it by now because he's got a thing about tidiness as well on the dartboard. Yeah, previous champions in that Denmark Open. Sebastian Białowski back in 2022. That got him through to Lakeside. And he was in the final here on Saturday night.
100.
Andreas Harrison lost in the final in 2021 to Thibaut Tricol. And Harrison is in Champions Week of this series.
But a matter of fact, the oldest and youngest champion in that particular tournament
140.
played last week. Sebastian, as you mentioned there, won at the age of 18. He's the youngest champion. The oldest winner, Scott Mitchell, when he was 47. Most wins in that tournament in the men's competitions. John Lowe with 5.
90.
Dieter Hedman in the women's competitions won it on 6 occasions. And also a winner on multiple occasions is Maureen Flowers, who won it 4 years in a row between 1980 and 1983.
40.
That tournament has been going since 1974. I love reading up on those older tournaments. And if you want proof as to how grand some of these tournaments can be, look at how old they are.
72.
I do wonder, I think about this all the time, where are we going to be with this in 10, possibly 15 years? Because if there's one thing we've seen from the Modus Super Series over the last 4 years,
105.
it has been constant
136.
evolution.
To the point where we're evolving outside of the Super Series. Evetts for back-to-back ton plus outs. He's another one of them to leave himself on double 8. And so
96.
Labanauskas to put himself 2-1 to the good. Get the break of throw. It'd be the third consecutive break to begin this match. 2 8s. Again, another snatchy one, but it found its way in.
That's came short
It's
in
a
the third
14
leg.
darter for
Darius
Laban
Labanauskas.
to lead 2-1.
Forward leg is Darius to throw
You've been
first.
listening to Webster,
He-
haven't you? Saying things like that. He likes to call Darius Laban. It sounds like the start of a Spanish rock tune.
With the guitars and sangria in hand.
85.
Can you think of an anagram of his first name? Which is very befitting something in darts.
Go on.
Radius.
96.
Ooh, I like it.
If you don't know what a radius is, go back to school.
Interesting. Just one final one on the Denmark Open.
100.
One of the oldest women's competitions in the world. The first women's competition was back in 1976.
That's good. So it only took them a couple of years to go from just a men's tournament to having a ladies' event as well.
134.
Very, very good that from Denmark. I applaud that. Because do you remember when they had the first Women's World Championship? It was less than 25 years ago.
85.
And the men's event started in 1978. So maybe Denmark were just a little bit ahead of the curve.
Other big name winners of that competition. Steve West won it a couple of times. Vincent van der Voort, twice a winner. And also
57.
a winner of that tournament. Wayne Mardle back in 2001 when he beat Jarkko Kamula in the final.
No, Jarkko. Bart Simpson. That's what we used to call him.
99.
Blonde, spiky hair. Bit of a rascal dart player because he was very, very good. Now, Darius has hit this shot
58. Darius
on the
Uriquara,
lakeside stage.
132.
He's not going to hit it here to take a 3-1 lead. Evetts, who started
60.
the match buoyantly,
Darius Uriquara, 156.
has decelerated.
It's beginning to become a trend that we've seen from Ted today. Really good in the first couple of legs, and then just putting the foot off the gas, but things ain't going as fluently in the legs thereafter. I think if you asked him right now what his assessment of the day is, he'll be happy with
97.
patches, but
That
still
is
searching for that real
72.
consistency. As Labanauskas comes back for the 72 for a 3-1 lead and to proper stamp his status as controller of the match. Double 4. In
that's game short in
command
the forward
and
line.
into a
Darius
3-1
Labanauskas.
lead.
Somebody is starting to get into their groove.
Fifth flag is
This is more like it.
Game on.
It's only an 89 average, but he's starting to get up to that boiling or that simmering point, I must correct myself,
96.
where he can stay there all day long and still give himself the opportunity of further improvement. What more do you need to say than that?
80.
No missed darts at double in this match so far. A bit of a clinic when it comes to finishing, that's for sure.
$134.
There are things about Labanauskas' career that have gone
100.
very much unnoticed, by the way. How about the fact that he's been top of the rankings in the PDC Nordic and Baltic stuff twice
93.
in 2018 and 2022? That in itself is a very, very good achievement. However, back in 2015 and 2016, I didn't even know this until just now. He was the end-of-year ranking champion in the WDF.
$41.
I love digging into the other intricacies of people's careers to see what they've achieved. Do things that other people have done. Great things. Darius has done some of those great things.
Well, we almost saw Fallon Sherrock take out the
131.
137 in a
137.
game against Darius, and Ted Evetts could do likewise. This to save the contest. It's not going to go, and so it may just be a dart at the bullseye, but for Labanauskas, it is an opportunity
97.
to
Darius Uriquara,
seal
90.
victory, be his second win from 3 matches. Evetts leaves himself on tops just in case. That may not be a bad guide for the treble, which would have left double 5, but it's the bull for the win for Lucky D.
Yeah, just about. He thought for a second he'd hit the treble 20.
65.
It wasn't too far away
Judge
from the bullseye.
required
The line and the
40.
length was okay. Evetts back for tops to bring it back to 3-2. Labanauskas does have the insurance policy of the throw in the next leg. May not need another leg.
30.
He may not.
Darius Uriquara, 25.
The mistakes have been made. Is there another one?
Game shot.
There is
and a
not.
match. Darius
This
Labanauskas.
time, Darius Labanauskas puts it right in finishing the match off, and he preserves a perfect record against Ted Evetts in his career. That's his 5th straight win against Super Ted in the last few years. It's typically Darius. Excellent doubling overall, a steady average, and he's got himself 4 points at this stage, the same as Fallon Sherrock. However, she's got a game in hand against Dan Asbury in Game 9. But before we get there, Andy Hamilton will take on James Vanbesien.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanauskas got the better of Ted Evetts by 4 legs to 1. 4 from 6 on his finishing. And the Lithuanian makes it 2 wins from 3 on his debut day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Next up for us, we're going to watch the only player yet to pick up points today, James Vanbesien, the Belgium in action up against the Hammer. Andy Hamilton, who's won 1, lost 1 as far as today's action is concerned, playing around that low 80s average, which may just give James a bit of an opportunity in this match, but it's fair to say that there was a little bit of a drop-off from Game 1 to Game 2 for him.
Very fair to say that. 87.6 his first average, and he lost over 10 points in output for round number 2. Round 3 must cooperate a little bit more, otherwise it could well be James who is staring at the foot of the table overnight.
$93.
And you feel a little bit disappointed in terms of the performances as far as today's gone, because he has been in some real good form. He mentioned it earlier on, made it to the final of the Champion of Champions. That was after he won the golden ticket qualifier to get there. He made it through to stage 2 of Q School, but made the conscious decision
81.
not to play in that. He was due to play here at the Super Series on the Thursday and Friday, and respected the opportunities afforded to him here, and also the fact that the World Seniors had given him a invitation to play in the World Seniors Championships, and he felt it was
96.
for him to honour those commitments. And I think there's also a realisation that for Andy, this is kind of where he can have a lot of success in his career. And as you mentioned earlier on, he's really enjoying the sport right now. Why change a good feeling and a good habit?
140.
I think for someone like Andy, it is about enjoyment, but sometimes the finances of the sport can almost make the decisions for you.
46.
This game has always been about risk and reward. The financial risk you take, the personal risks that you take in spending time away from loved ones, you have to balance that against what
81.
is realistic and possible. One of the best examples of this is Nathan Aspinall. He's gone from someone who could barely turn up to a PDC ranking event because he didn't have enough money to do so, to someone
99.
who is not struggling with that anymore. And because of that, he is able to have the freedom to play the way he wants to play and to play where he wants to play. The proof of that is that Aspinall has chosen not to go to the last 2 European Tour events
26.
because he wants
And
to
the
focus on the Premier League at the minute.
167.
However, Andy at the minute is judging his schedule based on desire, risk and reward.
Or Luke Littler, who may not be
27.
playing in the Netherlands because he wants to go and watch Man United in the FA Cup final.
If I were him, I'd go to the Netherlands. Very, very good.
133.
Doesn't get any better.
And you require 140.
The question that was raised last week was, if you get the 60, why do players not go 2 double tops on 140?
40.
It just
James,
isn't
you
seen.
require 40.
We will come back to that if indeed we need to. Dickie Bird signals a wide on dart 1.
Yeah, that's
He signals a boundary on dart number 3.
Second leg is James.
So 1-0
first.
Vanbesien leads with the break. Well, there's no time like the present to talk about that particular play, is there?
The 140 player, if you're sitting with another dart player watching this, ask them what they would do if they get treble 20. Because you've already got something
100.
in that bed. Would you want to stay there? I can understand why you would do that. If it's, for Andy, for example, hitting the top half, he's trying to bounce it in. But if you've got something that's a bit
96.
precarious or a little bit low in the bed, why not utilise the double-double? I'm just curious. It's the same as 136. You get a treble 20. Why wouldn't you go 2 double 19s?
180.
Well, he's suddenly finding something here, James. I know it's still early days in this match, but it could be towards the halfway point, averaging 97.62. And we saw spells like this in his previous appearance here, where he had games where he could really motor through the levels.
He very much pushes the dart through the air, doesn't he? And the darts do a bit of
43.
a pirouette in the air. Move over Elvis Stoico. Well, if you don't know who Elvis Stoico is, then you don't know figure skating.
Centres never thought I'd hear on a
100.
Monday morning.
Yeah, figure skating's a tremendous sport. You're not going to see many dart players doing triple axels or triple lutzes on the hockey.
134. And you require
But if they are the last person
170.
standing on Saturday night, they'll be doing cartwheels.
Well, Hamilton's chance in this game could be on ice, and he's not going to take out the big fish. And so Vanbesien, who found the break in the opening leg, comes back for 44 to
58. James, you require
establish a
44.
2-0 lead.
Not the best single in the world, but it is there. is double 10.
24.
Not quite.
And you require 112.
We've seen this taken out a couple of times today. James has taken it out once before. Ted Evetts did so in the previous game against Darius Labanauskas. Has to shuffle away across to see if there is a route to the treble 20 here. Couldn't find it, and so James is going to have another go
76.
at double
James, you
10
require 20.
to open up a 2-0 advantage, but this time under more tangible pressure.
That was a really interesting calibration there, wasn't it? Double 5.
10.
His initial sighting on that double 10 was the middle of the
36.
board. Then he moved to the right-hand side. The only person I've seen do that is Rob Cross. That one's made the double look a little smaller.
That's game
However,
the second
the dart made
Andy
it bigger because he can bounce it in off that shot.
First.
That's exactly what he did. Do you know what? I'm gonna say something really honest now. I know Andy really well. I've known him for years. And I'm not just saying that because he's here. I think he's a great guy, but I don't like the colour he's wearing. It's my least favourite colour.
58.
I don't like purple.
How come?
It's the colour of the Baltimore Ravens.
I mean, it had to be either Simpsons or NFL, didn't it?
Yeah. Purple is my unlucky colour. Ever since
60.
Peter Wright beat me in the World Championship, I wore a purple shirt and a black tie that day, and I made sure that I never wore purple again.
Do you remember you in a snazzy pink affair?
The hot pink with the hot pink tie.
137.
Oh, yeah.
I know where that is. That is in the HQ of Unicorn Darts. I framed it and gave it to them. They still have it.
60.
To be fair, you were forward thinking of the fact that if you did win the tournament, at least you would then dress for the evening meal after straight away. You wouldn't have to go back and get changed.
Yeah, with sponsor patches on.
51.
Well, you got the blazer over the top to cover it up.
Well, I did have the waistcoat as well for a little bit of time. We're starting to approach the months in the year where the temperature is supposed to climb. It's been very chilly over the
60.
last couple of months. But the days are starting to get better and longer. And these breathable dart shirts can almost pay for themselves because you've got to be comfortable on this hockey no matter what the temperature. And whether you like purple or not,
57.
it's not necessarily about the colour. It's about the texture, the fabric, and the breathability.
That's why you see a lot of players in golf polos and actually a lot of players in black golf trousers. They have to wear
5.
smart trousers, but golf trousers, they qualify.
They're stretchy, which gives you that little bit of comfort and give. But did you know that a lot of the dart players' shirts these days are made from leftover plastic bottles?
40.
There's a new one.
Yeah, that's true. I was speaking to a designer recently, and some of the guys on the PDC Pro Tour, they have their dart shirts made from old plastic, recyclable
140.
plastic.
And
It's
you
a
require
genius move.
158.
It's the right thing to do, and the fabric is really good as well.
Well, Hamilton's got 6 on 158 to open up a 2-1 advantage in this particular contest. Our
100.
middle match of the day. This is match 8 of our session. If you just joined us on the Super Series YouTube channel, which if you have just done so, don't forget to click that subscribe button like many of you have over the last few days. You get to enter the
100.
YouTube chat
And
room
you
as well as
require 58.
get first notification of all of our brand new content, which we bring to you all the time here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Hamilton wants tots for a 2-1 lead
That's game
and
short
makes
in
no
the third
mistake.
round.
Smack
And
bang
the
in the middle of the bed.
Is
Forward
anybody
line
going to
is
hit
James
that
to
fleck
throw
of dust
first.
in the tops?
Game on.
I'm going to walk down there in a minute and push it off myself. Now, this is a good response from Andy. James started this
60.
game very well indeed. Earlier in the broadcast, we were talking about what would Darius Labanauskas' best achievement be to him.
180.
I already know what Andy's is because he mentioned it in an interview we did in March back at the UK Open. It was making the world final.
60.
Shock horror. But don't forget that he has won 3 PDC titles as well. One of them a Players' Championship in Gibraltar back in 2007.
60.
He's won in Wigan. And he also won in Trowell back in 2007. When the tour wasn't centralised into places like Wigan,
85.
Barnsley, Milton Keynes, that kind of thing. But he beat James Wade in a UK Open qualifier back in April of 2007 to get his first PDC title. A really, really good achievement that was.
131.
I beg your pardon, that was his second title because Gibraltar came before that.
Beautiful part of the world. Actually bringing through some good young talents is Gibraltar.
140.
Got a very good
And
academy
you
set
require
up there, home of the
130.
JDT World Championships. Hamilton looking at 130 for a 3-1 advantage. And a breaker throw would come with it as well. Couldn't find a way across. Vanbesien has got an opportunity. A 156 to save throw.
51. James, you require 156.
Only one route. And this is it.
100.
I've got to be careful what I say today
And you
because if I say
require
this is it more
79.
times, Henry Deacon's going to start singing it. It was a very famous song by Danny Minogue, wasn't it?
Indeed it was.
Single 20 for double top. He wants the single to be low. That's good. Only the small step to the left.
59.
And that needed to be at
James, you
least 2
require
notches higher.
56.
For a level match. And this is a leg that, if it's won by Vanbesien, has got away from Andy. It's 2-2. He was out of the leg for large sways, but he kept himself interested after the Hamilton misses.
Game on.
And we have a level match at 2 apiece.
Here's a nice little quiz question about Andy's career.
Another tungsten teaser.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get
60.
plenty of them this week. The 3 PDC titles that he's got, what do all of the opponents in those finals have in common? Before I reveal their
100.
names, I'm just going to ask you a very simple one. It's not an intricate answer. What do those 3 players have in common?
They lost to Andy Hamilton in a tour final.
Very well done. Dig a little deeper.
100.
They're all English. They're all major champions. But only one of them is a world champion.
45.
And it just so happens that his last PDC title, which was back in 2014, he beat Adrian Lewis
100.
in the final, the person who denied him a world title.
And that was around the time Adrian was playing really well. A couple of years after the world title, won the UK Open, European Championships, wasn't it, as well at that time?
Yeah, Adrian would go on to win the European Championship in 2013. And he would win the UK Open about a month after Andy beat him in that final.
Absolutely battered Terry Jenkins in that final. That was the year Terry got to another couple. He lost out to
81.
Michael Van Gerwen in that year's European Championship final. That was where Van Gerwen hit that 9-darter against Raymond van Barneveld. The last year, it was held in Germany before its relocation to Hasselt in Belgium for a few years.
The scene of Kim Huybrechts versus Peter Wright when Peter was dressed as
26.
something for Halloween. I will never forget that as long as I
And you
live.
require 160.
It was a bit of a horror show that night for Evetts, who was very much in with a chance of winning, but had his heart broken at the end by snakebite.
78.
That's a good recovery
Change
from
to
Andy right
require
there.
150.
150 for Vanbesien. Doesn't go. It's a Hamilton 82 to put himself 3-2 to the good.
95. And you require 82.
25, 17 tops. Walk away, try and get 4 legs after this. That's what he wants. Nothing fancy, but something clean.
62.
Second
Change
time
require
in as many
55.
legs that he's been so low on tops that he's nowhere near happy with the shot.
Now Vanbesien gets his go on tops. Now double 10. To pick the
That's
pieces
James
up
Shaw in
again.
the fifth leg.
Hamilton's
James
been doing
Vanbesien.
all the damage in terms of the
6
scoring
leggers,
phase
James
of this
to throw
match.
First. Game on.
The doubling in points has been a little bit up to suspectability, but Vanbesien leads 3-2. And Hamilton will feel like he should have been off the stage. He should at least be 3-2 up.
Agreed. There is 100th of a point between them and the averages in this game.
85.
They are so close. And that magnifies the errors that have been made.
The thing is, you look at the doubling stats, and you know we say stats don't lie, but the stats don't feel truthful. Because Vanbesien's had more misses at a double compared to Hamilton. But it's been the timing of the misses for the hammer, which has proved vital in this contest.
Yeah, had he hit tops with the 2 shots he's had, he's already off the stage. Very easy for us to say that.
140.
I've always said that the ability to forget the feelings on the dartboard is a great skill. If he's still thinking about those 2 misses at tops now,
96.
he probably loses this match. But if he's already put those thoughts into the desert, he's got every chance of winning the next 2 legs. And in this game, winning 2 straight legs is very, very doable because it's been done twice.
180.
And he won 2 legs from 1-0 down. Vanbesien then gets 2 straight after that.
58.
But he is on a finish for the match.
96.
And he has not been so far.
For the match, double 18. Wraps up a 4-2 victory and an 11 dart leg, and the Phoenix is rising to the task as he gets the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2. Now the tail of the tape from that particular encounter. Vanbesien besieging Hamilton. Sherrock and Asbury is coming up after this short break.
Welcome back. Time to see the final match of round number 3 for Monday afternoon now. You've got Dan Asbury now taking on the Queen of the Palace, who has largely been the Queen of the Modus Super Series, but now she's got someone trying to take her throne here. Wouldn't it be something if we have back-to-back female representatives to Champions Week here in Series 7? It could happen. You'll have to stay with us for the rest of the week to find out. But it's been a very good start to the week for Fallon.
First leg, it's Fallon the throw first. Game on.
She is second in the table here on 4 points, undefeated so far. And the only reason she's not top is because of legs won so far. But this is her
44.
game in hand, Henry.
Indeed it is. You mentioned that possibility there being 2 female players at Champions Week. If Fallon was to go on and win this particular week, you'll never have a Champions Week with as much interest as the one we would have upcoming if that was the case. You would have eyeballs on this in which we never thought there'd be places there'd be eyeballs on the product.
134.
I think it would make mainstream news. I really, really do. As Asbury hits yet another match. We said that he is a prolific hitter of 180s. That's his 6th for the day already.
Interesting.
24.
They were tied on 5 maximums apiece coming into this game. And we did see after that second game that Dan
100.
played, we're going to have to watch out for his 180 prowess. This game could deliver a few of them.
100.
However, it's been a bit up and down for Fallon. None in her first game, but 5 in the next. So maybe it's going to be not so much feast or famine, but she might have purple patches.
140.
But Asbury here has left himself on double 18 after 12 to take out the opening leg. He's had one of each of the columns, 180, ton 40 plus and ton plus in his first leg. And this to seal the first leg.
Yeah, that's game short.
Running
in the first
14
leg.
darts.
Dan
Asbury gets
Asbury.
the break that he needed at some point in this contest.
Second leg is Dan the throw first. Game on.
I don't know what you think, Henry, from the outside perspective, because I look at a lot of things from the player's perspective. Let me tell you a story, and it's a short one.
97.
When I moved to Australia, I came from playing in the northeast of England,
100.
always playing men. There wasn't really a choice. We didn't have any female players in my local leagues
140.
or Super League. When I moved to Australia, I saw something very different. When we played Super League on Thursday nights at Dandenong,
59.
south east of Melbourne, we had a mixed environment. And it was a real culture shock for me. I thought, this is
77.
different. This is good. And the first time I played a female player at the top level of the Super League in Dandenong, I was nervous. And I asked myself,
81.
why? It's just another player. That player was Carol Forward. Great female player from Australia. One of the best they've had.
134.
But isn't it great in 2024 that female players against male players is just normal?
57. Then you require 53.
Well, this could be for back-to-back 14s here. Tops.
33.
Doesn't go, but he really is showing us here as to why a lot of people have been tipping this player up quite a bit in the lead up to this competition. Sherrock could do with another one of those trebles here. Moves across to the 18s to find
Then you
one.
require
Couldn't do
20.
so, so has to be back for 2-0, double 10. This
No
is the one
score.
problem which
Then you
Asbury's going to
require
have to fix, though.
106.
I have to agree. 3 from 10 in his first game. 4 from 15 in the next. And so far,
58.
is
Then
1
you
from
require
7.
20.
Just not polished on the outer ring.
Yeah, that's
But
game
is
short in the
2-0
second
up.
leg. Dan Asbury.
So with one hand We don't so much criticise, we
Targets
just
Fallon through
critique.
first. Game on.
But don't second-guess someone who has a 2-0 advantage. Fallon herself has not had a shot at a double yet.
53.
However, Fallon found herself 2-0 behind in that game against Ted Evetts to kickstart the day. Came back to win it 4-3. And if it does get tighter in
100.
legs, the reliability of Sherrock so far today could pay dividends. As far as her double stats are concerned, 4 from 8 in that first game. Missed 13 at a double against
97.
Labanauskas. But as far as Dan Asbury's concerned, opportunities have been coming and going from 3 from 10, 4 from 15 in his opening couple of
58.
matches. And in terms of Fallon's double stats for the year, 35.23%, which anything over the 33% mark for
123.
12 months is a very, very good level.
You just expect
58.
really good numbers from Fallon these days. She has got great technique. She has elite mindset abilities.
100.
When she's focused, there's not many better in the world of anybody. It's not easy playing with such
57.
favoritism from crowds sometimes. She has to shoulder that pressure, but I think she's been shouldering pressure since she was a kid.
96.
And who have we said that about in the last few days? Oh, that's right. Her main rival on the women's tour.
100.
It's
Fallon
almost a
required
forgotten passenger
32.
play in her career before
Yeah, that's game
the World
short on
Championship
third
win
line.
as
Fallon
Sherrock pins the double 16 for a 16. The World Final we
Forward
spoke
lag, it's
about,
down
the
to
World
throw
Trophy
first.
win, the
Game on.
plethora of titles she picked up before winning that match.
Which one do you want to talk about? There's been that many of them.
58.
I'll tell you which ones we'll talk about. Let's go with a little bit of recency bias. Vegas. She went to Vegas earlier this year.
42.
She had a great time. It was back in January
100.
at the Tuscany Suites and Casino. And in the Las Vegas Open, she beat Wendy Reinstadler 5-1. She also
119.
won the Las Vegas Classic, beating Dieter Hedman in the final by 5-2. Doing a Las Vegas double is not an easy thing to
59.
do. She did it.
Ask anybody that goes to any of the casinos. A Las Vegas double is a very hard thing to achieve.
59.
Cards were stacked against her, but she came out trumps.
Have you got any more?
I wonder whether that tournament was won on double sixes.
97.
Anyway, that's my last roll of the dice.
Just when you think he's stopped, he comes up with one more.
Fun fact, they don't have windows or clocks in a
42.
Las Vegas casino.
As long as they've got air conditioning, nobody cares.
Well, that's a perfect setup by Asbury there to leave himself on double 8 to move 3-1 to the good.
81.
He doesn't want to roll snake eyes here, Dan Asbury.
Yeah, that's
It's
game
double
short on the
8
fourth
for
line.
3-1.
Dan Asbury.
This is good. This is very, very useful.
Fifth lag, it's Fallon through first. Game on.
I've looked into his surname, by the way, Asbury. It's got its roots in Cheshire, which is very close to where he lives.
96.
So historically, his clan from back in the day, they haven't moved too far. Maybe 50, 60 miles.
100.
Because I'll be honest, hand on heart, I've never met anybody called Asbury before. And I always want to know where the root is
100.
of a certain name. We know that with some Belgian and Dutch players, when you've got Van, that means from.
59.
I haven't looked into Sherrock yet. Maybe we'll do that a little bit later.
$98.
Fortunately, Dan Asbury can now never appear on Who Do You Think You Are?
134.
Have you met anybody else called Sherrock on your travels? Because I haven't. It's a very individual style surname.
135.
Well, these visits for the pair were a big passage in play. Both were teetering around an even mark, and they'll teeter around an even kilter again. 72 to save the match for Sherrock. She's going to have 2 in hand at double 18, now double 9. Thought it was in.
Yeah, this is a match saver.
63.
That must have slipped.
Dan, you require
Uncharacteristically wild for Sherrock. Even if she misses, she's never usually far away. This for the match for Dan. 1 dart at tops.
48.
Gets below, and so Sherrock will return for 9. She famously hit a 9 on this stage, and it's what she wants to win this leg.
Yeah, that's game
I can just imagine
Fallon Sherrock.
what the post is going to be for that shot
6 flaggers
on X or any other feed.
Game on.
Fallon Sherrock hits a 9.
Yes. Didn't Kevin Painter hit a 9 last week? 3 treble ones.
98.
Yeah, we see your analytics, boys and girls, a part of our social media team.
58.
Got to give Fallon credit. She was given the chance to stay in the match there. She took it immediately. But Mr. 180 today strikes again. Anybody who gets into double figures 180s for a daily campaign in a Group A has got my
59.
attention. At this stage, Dan Asbury is really motoring towards double figures in that category.
140.
The backup scores are starting to improve as well. And 83 after 9 darts doesn't lie.
123. Then you require 83.
Actually, 93 and a half. We had good reports about Dan Asbury. And those are the reasons as to why a 12-darter to get the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. In a couple of maximums, is doubling decent as well at around about 30%. A very good performance that by Dan Asbury. Well, the game was really won in the power scoring phases. 2 180s, 5 140s, 0 and 0 in terms of that for Sherrock. Coming up after the break. Well, this is a bit of a heavyweight affair for the Super Series. It feels like a PDC tour match when Darius Labanauskas takes on Andy the Hammer Hamilton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we have seen so far. Before the break, Daniel Asbury condemned Fallon Sherrock to her first defeat of the session. Prior to that, James Vanbesien picked up his first win of the day. And so next up for us, Darius Labanauskas and Andy Hamilton on the Live Lounge stage. And the table is perfectly split. 3 players on 4 points, Asbury, Labanauskas and Sherrock. And 3 players on 2 points, Evetts, Vanbesien and Hamilton. And actually, at this stage of proceedings, Andy Hamilton finds himself bottom of the pile.
Fascinating stuff. But it couldn't be closer, that's for sure. And that's a good thing for us, because it means there's plenty of meat on the bone going into the final stages of Monday. We'll start going through people's averages and doubling percentages to this point to see whether improvement is needed.
First leg is Darius to throw first. Game on.
Maybe consistency is needed. Or is maintaining what you've done so far going to be good enough to walk away with a potential 8 points today? Because that's the best that anybody can do.
125.
Yeah, Darius has been encouraging, in my opinion, today. Started with a 91 average and a win over Vanbesien. An 84 average and a
81.
loss to Sherrock. But then an 88 average and a win. Very dependable numbers. And I think a benchmark in this format to see how people are doubling
125.
is the fact that in no game today, 2 of which he's won, he has not had double digits darts at double so far. That's good.
100.
It was interesting, Matt saying on Saturday how Darius is a player that would suit this format down to the ground. And
60.
I kind of look at Darius in the same breath I look at with Jess Smith, is that you kind of feel like you know what to expect from them. We know that they've got a massive A game, but they haven't got a residual drop
48.
either. And actually, some of the tour results that he's accrued this year is very much the case. He hasn't averaged below 80 since February.
That's a good sign, because his bad game has improved.
69.
And sometimes we do grade people by their best game, but how about if we grade them by their worst? This place is the second level of World Darts. We know that now. If your bad game is 80,
64.
that's not bad at all.
22.
If you can make your bad game towards the high 80s, then you've got a player on your hands. How good is this? Double 16.
Yeah, that's game short in the
I
first
think he
leg.
enjoyed that
Darius
one. And
Labanauskas.
why not?
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game
Lucky D, Plucky T. 1-2-2 for Labanauskas.
I've had a communication on our X feed here this afternoon from Bradley Kirk,
134.
who's played here in a previous series. Hope you're well, Bradley. He has let me know that there are good young talents coming from the Baltics. And he's made me aware of someone called Ralph's
134.
Laumanis, who is a fairly decent darter. Gave me some information from the Estonian Open. 16 years of age, apparently, is Ralph's.
90.
We're going to have to watch out for him.
What's it about these 16-year-old sensations, Nico?
There's plenty of them. If you think Littler at 17 is
140.
the only one coming through, think again. There are plenty. Some of them are nowhere near 16 yet. I've seen 10, 11-year-olds doing things that make my head spin.
98.
Makes me laugh because 20-year-old Cam Crabtree you can almost describe as a veteran these days.
You can. He is an England international and a veteran of this place,
100.
having played here the last couple of years.
Now a veteran in the commentary box as well. one of the guest commentators yesterday, talking about firm favourites. For the first time this week, 127 and game is up for offer by Darius Labanauskas. And he may have to take it out because Hamilton's left himself on tops after 12.
All you can do is hope. All you can do is hit.
78.
He's had a couple of shockers at the bullseye today, hasn't he? Still trying to calibrate his way to the centre of the board.
Toss to Hamilton, now double 10.
He's been bad on tops so far today. He's had a lot of shots low.
30.
And that will not please him whatsoever.
49.
It's been a strange day in the respects of it hasn't been bad, but there's a lot of frustrated figures on that stage.
17.
There'll be more frustration on the face of the Lithuanian as Hamilton comes back for double 5.
I would describe today's action as workmanlike. Or should I say, work person-like.
Oh, everybody will sleep well tonight in this group. Hamilton levels up at 1-1.
Just a normal day for Andy.
The throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure how much he practices these days, but back in the day, you wanted to have a workout with Andy. Be prepared to do it for a while.
100.
He has sparred with some of the greats. Lewis, White, Taylor, Caven, Osborne. He's been a practice partner of them all.
41.
Is it fair to say Andy's one of those players that squeeze the lemon for all it's worth in his career? I know the one thing would have so dearly loved was that major title, but you look at his accomplishments throughout the course of his career. He went 2 years
57.
consecutively in major ranking tournaments where he got to at least the quarterfinals. He made every quarterfinal for 2 years straight.
That's how good he was.
121.
I've played him on stage at European Championship. He's hard to beat. He's got a presence up there, and he is like a lion. And how do you get rid of a lion?
60.
With great difficulty.
Hamilton's one of those players who's come close here at the Live Lounge, but hasn't been able to cross that finishing line, particularly in the early stages of the Super Series.
86.
First appearance lost in the semi-finals in Series 1 Week 8. That was the infamous 9-dart shootout week. Then lost out in the semi-finals in the series after. Involved elsewhere with Justin Smith, who won it for Martin Adams and Tiba Dracol, the other
100.
semi-finalists. And then in Series 3, lost out in the final to John Worsley. Since then, it's been a case of one finals appearance since. That was in Series 6 against
140.
the likes of Duff, who won it from Gary Stone, the runner-up, Colin McGarry, Martin Adams, John Worsley, the other players in the mix. Did play in week 3 of this series and got to the semi-finals. Jess Smith, David Cameron and Bradley Roos, the other players involved in action.
So you could say, based on
97.
the arenas he's playing in at the minute,
130.
that maybe winning a weekly title here is top of his want list.
Is this a got need? Can he add this to his finishing album?
93.
Well, that's not a shiny for
Darius
Hamilton.
required 87.
Still low on tops, but he is getting closer to it. He has his problem, though. Plenty of bed to aim at.
51.
He can't
And
believe
he
it's missed.
required 20.
Break chance, Hamilton. Can he use that barrel just to crash off? No is the answer. Up for double 5. Open bed to aim at.
Go the same level as tops. This should go in.
Yeah, that's game short
Just
in the
there.
third leg. Andy Hamilton.
If you look at double 1 and double 5, they're
Andy
just a
Defoe
little bit
first.
under
Game on.
from the centre point to tops. So if he's going for a natural shot at tops at the minute, which has been historically low over the last 3 matches, then 5-5 should be good. That's where this game has changed. It could have easily been 2 on Labanauskas. It isn't.
I mentioned in the build-up to this game how you could so easily see this being a Pro Tour clash. You could so easily see this contest at the
88.
Robin Park Tennis Centre in Wigan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they have played at the Robin Park Tennis Centre in Wigan back in 2020. Darius won at 6-1, averaging 106.
100.
Now, curiously, every meeting they've had outside of here, and there have been 3 of them, every single time someone has won, they've done it with a 3-figure average.
100.
Every time. Darius has won 2 of their meetings. Andy's sole win came in Milton Keynes in 2021, beating Darius 6-4
134.
with an average of exactly 100.
And you require 140.
Had a shot at this earlier and missed double 12 for it. It's on again. This time, he
Yeah,
puts it
that's
right
good
for
shot,
the
number
biggest
4.
shot we've seen today. That's brilliant.
Fifth flag is Darius
If at first you don't succeed, you try again, and sometimes you can get it right. And that is exactly what Andy Hamilton has done there. Leg away now. Darius throwing to stay in the contest.
60.
Why do I get the feeling that maybe we're going to have a lot of people tied on points at the end of the day? Andy wins this match. He gets himself off the foot of the table on the same amount of points as Sherrock, Darius,
77.
and Asbury, leaving James Vanbesien and Ted Evetts on 2. This may well be the tightest Group A we've ever had.
45.
It has all the ingredients for it.
Interestingly as well, there's been 5 ton plus checkouts shared between 5 players. The only player now not to have a ton plus out is Fallon Sherrock.
180.
Marco Meyer's been shouting that a lot today, hasn't he?
He's had a few to call, that's for sure. But that's the first of this game.
82.
Marco Meyer, who has graced all the big stages. He refereed at the Lakeside famously for so many years.
I wonder how many bow ties he's got.
98.
They've got a glistening collection, haven't they?
They do. I think Richard Ashton's got the best collection. He's got all sorts of different flags as well, hasn't he?
98.
He used to wear different ones for different countries he went to, didn't he?
Absolutely.
It's for the match for Hamilton. Well, he's got 6 to 146, and he's going to need the full quota.
58.
Now, this game really has gotten away from Darius. All because of leg 3. 2 darts at double 18, both well thrown, both missing. Since then, it's been all Hamilton.
100. And you require 88.
For the match and for a comprehensive win, which will take him off the foot of the table to a double 14. 4 a 14 darter and a 4-1 win for Andy Hamilton. And suddenly, from the foot of the table, he moves up to 4th place. He gets the better of Darius Labanauskas. And a good performance as well. 94.4 the average. Both players with ton plus checkout in that particular contest, but it is Hamilton who gets over the line. Coming up next, Dan Asbury up against Ted Evetts. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Hamilton got the better of Darius Labanauskas by 4 legs to 1. That's his second victory of the day. Moves him up to 4th place as far as the Group A standings are concerned. Next up for us, Dan Asbury, the debutant here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the ADC Midlands qualifier. What a start he's had to life here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 2 wins from friends and good performances as well as getting the scalp of Fallon Sherrock. As for Ted Evetts, 1 win so far from his 3 matches, and it's been an intriguing day as far as he's concerned, because there's been times and there's been spells where he's put some good stuff together but hasn't been able to really harbour it on a consistent basis.
People are starting to find that next level, Dan being one of them. And I just wonder if Ted is going to find that today. If he does, he could find himself on 6 points overnight. But he's going to have to beat Dan, and he's going to have to beat James Vanbesien. That looks doable if he plays well. However, Asbury, when he was winning his last match against Sherrock, averaged 93.2, which at the time was the best performance of the day. That's now been
81.
usurped by Hamilton's 94.4 in the previous match. And the fact that we've seen those 2 games concurrently coming into this tells me this point of the day might yield the best numbers we see here on Monday.
And it is a sign that we tend to see round 3 and round 4 tend to be the strongest of the day. Players have got a bit of a footing and they've not quite got that
84.
tiredness that sometimes can creep into a match 5. Which is probably why, in terms of numbers, Group B probably you see a better standard in terms of the numerics and doubles percentages than you do in an A and C.
I think we're starting to see better averages from Group C scenarios because we start at 1 o'clock instead of 9:30.
And also the strength and depth when it comes to Group C. It's another max for Dan Asbury. I know it's election year, but another one?
That's 8 for the day. Ooh, triple ketchup.
Yeah, that's game short in the first.
I like it a lot.
Ted Evetts.
Now, how many food puns can I say for Ted in one
Second
game?
leg is Ted to throw first. Game on.
I know
That takes the biscuit.
I know that double top wasn't meant, but you'd much rather hit tops than miss the board. By the way, you know I said that he didn't bring the
62.
chocolates today. Would you like to know the flavour of the best ones he's made?
I take it you know that I want to have lunch.
96.
White chocolate, raspberry, and a certain sparkling wine. Prosecco, raspberry, and white chocolate truffles.
99.
They were unbelievable. It is a big hint, Ted. Whatever you're staying tonight, I hope you brought your silicon trays.
Otherwise, you're not playing tomorrow.
I don't have that sort of power, Henry.
55.
Mind you, I'm not here tomorrow, so actually it doesn't really matter.
90.
That means you're not getting chocolates if he does make them.
Well, Asbury could do something
140.
very, very special. He was on for the 350 and 6.
Do you know what? I keep looking at his darts, and they do remind me of an old Bristow dart. I may be wrong, but the pattern of the grip, the
96.
knurling on the tungsten as well, it does remind me of an old Bristow dart.
$28. That you require 154.
154 for Evetts. He's got 6 from here to open up a 2-0 lead.
Love it.
122.
I adore that shot. That's really intelligent. This game is
46.
getting away
That
from
you
Dan.
require 32.
The more games he plays, he might be starting to feel a bit weathered. Ted is very, very used to things like this, playing multiple games in a campaign.
Yeah,
He's
that's
done it
been
here
short in the
before.
second leg.
He is
Ted
one
Evetts.
of the great players in the Development Tour's history.
Third leg is down the throw first.
I'd go so far as
Game
to
on.
say he's a Development Tour legend.
Well, Asbury, a
61.
product of the ADC, and they've got a big weekend at the end of next month in Middlesbrough on the 25th and 26th of May. It's the second cycle of the Winmore Championship Tour in 2024. Entries are available for both the
85.
men's and women's events by heading over to dartsatlas.com. The top 8 in both the ranking tables at the end of the year, the end of the
58.
final set of events in Aylesbury, will be eligible to play in a tour finals, which will be played here at the Live Lounge on a Saturday afternoon ahead of a Saturday evening session on back-to-back weeks. So women's 1 week, men's 1 week. And that'll be in the
57.
afternoon session. We'll be broadcasting that to you as well here at the Modus Super Series. And we covered the women's tour finals last year, and
140.
it went down a real treat.
Yeah, it really did. Some people making the last 8 who desperately wanted the experience of being on that stage. Sam Curtin played so
99.
well that day. She was brilliant. But it was Dieter Hedman that lifted that trophy. But think about the exposure of getting to the stage and what
57.
kind of hunger it can create. Think about Jodie Hancock, for instance. Since making here in those ADC Tour finals, she has become a lot hungrier and has started to spread her wings to try and improve. I love that. I just wonder what we're going to unearth with the ADC over the course of the year.
'87.
The situation is very, very good for Ted. However, that not so much. He can lay up for tops here and hope he's going to get a shot for 3-0. But in his heart of hearts, he's probably thinking, I'm going to be 2-1 up in a second.
84. Then you require 45.
Double top. A
31.
wild miss
Judge,
gives
you
Evetts a
require
chance of 3-0.
89.
A chance he didn't expect.
But he's not going to have a go at the ball. It's a wild dart at the worst possible
49.
time, and it gives
Then you
Asbury a
require
reprieve on
14.
double 7.
That is one of those I've just thrown up in
that's
my
game shot in the
mouth
third
darts
leg.
at
Dan
single
Asbury.
20. The last
Forward
15
leg is set to
seconds
throw
for Ted
first.
Evetts.
Game on.
You might as well pass him the sick bucket. He will be sick to his stomach about it.
Was it you who came up with the famous phrase, the bowl of sick?
Yep, that's me.
60.
Me and my crazy brain. I'm not sure what the reference was, actually.
82.
But I do remember one of my favourites was when Kyle Anderson was playing so well on the European Tour. He played a game that was so impressive. I said he'd been sipping from a glass of brilliant darts juice.
97.
That got a few people giggling. And what a lot of people tend to forget as well
130.
Kyle's brother is also called Bo. What a brilliant player. Brilliant player. And he has won on the Ali Pali stage.
Well, he won the year that Cole lost with the 9
58.
darter back in 2014.
Yes, because Bo was in the crowd.
Still one of the strangest sessions you'll ever watch. 2 9
140.
darters in one session. I remember where I was. I was watching Newport County against Portsmouth. It wasn't a great afternoon.
Well, if you fancy a little bit of a teaser until the end of this
58.
match,
Then you
and
require
please don't use a smart
145.
device, who did Bo Anderson beat on the Ali Pali stage?
58.
I'll give you a hint. It was back in 2014, the tournament that was Michael van Gerwen's first championship win.
Well, Evetts at 2-0 up looked like he was in full command and full
84.
ascendancy of this
Then you
match. But
require 87.
Asbury here, 87 to square it up at 2 apiece. He's found something in the last few minutes here as the Midlands man. And if he can find the ball, we'll have a level
62.
match, and he
Just
wasn't too
required
far away.
144.
That was a great try. Ted Evetts wants what Andy Hamilton did in the previous match. He's not going to get it.
96. Then you require 25.
This is one of those shots that you've got to practice because you're going to leave it a lot. I think we're starting to learn about Dan that he likes tops and tens. However, considering the amount of darts at double he's had today at those shots and not hit it, maybe he doesn't like them.
Can he find a way betwixt the middle of them?
32.
No is the answer. And so Asbury,
Then you
3 more in
require
hand. Double
20.
10.
Very
That's
positive.
short in the forward leg. Dan Asbury.
This game has changed.
Fifth leg.
It is Dan that can throw the cat
Game
amongst
on.
the pigeons here. Because at 2-0, you're thinking Evetts is going to win this match, and then you're going to have a small matter of 5 players on
44.
4 points after 11 matches. If Asbury wins, he goes to 6 and keeps Ted on 2.
We're in one of those positions here where Ted got off like a steam train, but his average dropped by about 13 points. That's the 25th max of the week so far. 25th max of the day.
100.
People always averaged down about 10, 15 points, but Dan's kind of been staying at the same level, and so because of the plateau effect, Asbury's been getting more opportunities than Ted.
57.
Would you like the answer to the teaser?
Please.
Bo Anderson back in 2014's World Championship beat Colin Lloyd, the 24th seed,
100.
by 3 sets to 2. He would play in the next round against Robert Thornton and lose 4 sets to 0. Robert would then go on to lose to Wes Newton in the last
58.
16 by 4 sets to 1. Isn't it amazing that Thornton's only been to the quarterfinals of the World Championship once?
And ironically, that year he didn't
100.
play in the Premier League. 2015.
Is there a page on any of the social media feeds that just says darts is weird? Because there should be.
I don't think there's an actual site that says it, but if you look at some of the Twitter accounts, you'd get the gist. It's weird. 157 for Asbury. There's a sliding doors moment in the game. He'd worked hard to put himself in a position to
137.
get himself back into
Touch
proceedings. He's set up
81.
perfectly there, and it forces the 81 to go.
That second dart from Asbury is maybe the best dart he's thrown all day. Don't miss the big number, Ted. Well done. Bull.
56. Then you require 20.
I can only remember one bullseye finish today. That was Sherrock on an 86 earlier.
How many times has the 25 been clipped, though? Asbury hoping to clip it up as a
that's
leg
game
win,
short
and
in the
indeed
fifth
he
leg.
will.
Dan Asbury.
3-2 he leads from 2-0 behind. This is the second time today
Six
that
laggers,
Ted Evetts has had a
Ted
2-leg
first.
lead, and it has soon evaporated.
There you can see the live table. He is top at the minute because he's leading this match. That is as we are.
58.
The whole thing about Monday is you've got to be in contention going into moving day tomorrow. That's the intricacy of it.
59.
You don't want to be on 0 points or just 2. You want to be within 1 win of the top. Tomorrow you stay in contention, then you make your big move come Wednesday.
140.
Ted does not want to be 4 points behind going into the last round.
$134.
Puts this leg on an even kilter.
133.
Evetts leads himself on the fish to send us to a decider. Will he need to take it out? No is the answer.
92.
Can set up if he
Judge
wants
require
to.
170.
Another one of them. Would have possibly tempted Ted into the bullseye.
122.
But nonetheless, he will leave himself on a single to double upon his return after 12. Asbury needs another treble to put pressure on, and significant
Judge
pressure he will
require
apply
48.
to take us all the way. Following the exact same trend of that game
that's
against
King John of the
Sherrock.
sixth leg.
Going
Ted
2-0 to the
Evans.
good, evaporating a lead and going the distance. 14
Showdown
darter as
final
well for
act.
Ted
It's down
that.
the throw first.
Yeah.
Game on.
Times a real quality contest. But it just doesn't look like there's any
100.
phasing down. There's not as if there's anything flappable about him at all.
Yeah, he doesn't look like the kind of player that is overly worried.
99.
Because there are players who come here on a Monday and each and every miss is greeted with negativity, exasperation,
100.
some form of energy-sapping quality. He's not wasting any of that. That's a really good sign. It hasn't been a perfect day for Dan. He has had ups and downs,
96.
but he's handling this situation brilliantly.
Group B is most definitely a
97.
realistic possibility. As now is the possibility of actually winning the group, because if he wins this particular match, okay, granted it's day one, but he puts himself in a very good suit to make a charge on Tuesday.
96.
And he's going to have 6 starts on 204 to get the better of Ted Evetts. Not a bad cast list of names and a cast list of wins that he may be picking up here on this
59.
opening day. Fallon Sherrock followed by Ted Evetts.
It's not as if he hasn't played names before. That's what ADC darts is all about. Readying you to play people of
135.
reputation.
Can you require 145?
That's what Q School can do for you, because he was there this year. Is he going to finish this one with a wallop? Ted is very happy that he
89.
didn't.
Judge requires 75.
But if Ted wins this match 4-3 with this 75, he will be very relieved.
He goes double-double. He had to recover after the first
35.
dart straight.
Can you require
And so Asbury will
56?
have 2 darts here to win the match. Tops is the target. That
Game
is
shots,
found.
and a match,
A cry
Dan
of get
Asbury.
in from Dan Asbury as he moves to the top of the Group A table. 3 wins from 4 on his opening day. The debutant is having a delightful time of it on the stage. 84.5 the average, 4 from 11 when it came to the doubles. And he gets the better of Ted Evetts in a last leg decider 4-3. Coming up after the break, James Vanbesien up against Fallon Sherrock. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Dan Asbury got the better of Ted Evetts in a last leg decider 4-3, averaging 84.5, 4 from 11 when it came to his doubles. And he now is top of the pile on 6 points. Next up for us, James Vanbesien up against Fallon Sherrock. Sherrock has the opportunity to join Asbury on 6 points at the top of the pile, although a win for James Vanbesien would mean that we'd have Dan at the top on 6, 4 players on 4, and it'd be Ted Evetts who'd be bottom of the table on 2 points. I'm not sure anybody expected to see saying that at the beginning of the day.
Last time Ted was here, it didn't go to plan for him, but that was later in the week. As for this game, Fallon will be favourite.
James to throw first. Game on.
Based on reputation and how they have played today. But James has won a match against Andy Hamilton, and that was very encouraging. If he's starting to warm to the task, and if Fallon doesn't find her feet early in this match, she could be in a bit of bother.
55.
What will be your assessment of Fallon's day so far?
It's been okay. Yeah, decent standard. 85 in her first game. 89 in her second game. 82 in a loss to Dan Asbury in
100.
game 9. Now, like I was mentioning earlier, if your bad game is 82, that's a decent sign. But we know her ceiling.
43.
110 is her personal best. That was on the Challenge Tour a couple of seasons ago. I just wonder what her ceiling could be here.
60.
I do wonder what kind of motivation has been added to her already motivated mindset in the last 48 hours. You watch someone like Bo
100.
winning on Saturday night. Does that make her want a weekly title more? I'd have to say yes. The stock answer is, I want to win any week I play, and that's the kind of answer you'd get off a footballer. And it doesn't give you any information.
100.
A dart player is usually a bit more honest. If I were in her shoes, I'd say, yes, it has motivated me a little bit more.
Of course, Fallon had that opportunity to do so.
86.
Talk about that a bit more in the
James
next
require
leg.
101.
Vanbesien, 101 to take the opening rubber of the match. 14 or bull. Joe 14 was what he's looking at. Sherrock back on 217
36.
and has not left it as cleanly as he would have liked upon his return.
Not at all. Now he's still got to find that tricky 25.
59. James
But he's under no pressure.
65.
Went 25 tops and then found the ball. Isn't it ironic? Double 4. This is originally what he wanted anyway.
Yeah, that's
Finds
short
it.
than the
1-0
first leg.
Vanbesien.
James Vanbesien.
Nice recovery.
Second leg, it's
One of the
Fallon
reasons
to
why
throw
people
first.
like to go treble
Game
11
on.
on 65 is because you can still leave a primary double. When you hit the bullseye there, you're forced into a secondary or a tertiary double.
140.
Yeah, Sherrock had that opportunity to become the first woman to appear at Champions Week. It was during that week where she hit the 9 darter against Adam Lipscomb, and those 24 hours which really fixated the internet following that feat. There was a real clamour, real achievement to it, and then the Saturday night there was a real fanfare, real buzz about the Super Series. And
83.
she lost out eventually in the final to Moreno Michels, but that week she was quite literally on a different planet.
But you've got to find it on Saturday night as well as Thursdays and Fridays. Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
100.
Sound like the Fonz there.
In reverse. Do you know the name of the actor that played the Fonz?
81.
Henry...
I knew you'd get the first one.
Oh, is it Henry Winkler?
There you go. Played the Fonz. Also played the coach of Bobby Boucher and Waterboy.
85.
He's on tour at the minute in the UK,
Doing what?
talking about his life.
Interesting.
Very interesting life.
It's his favourite group, this, you know.
59.
Hey.
I'm going to pretend that never happened. Fallon Sherrock 138 to level this game up at 1 apiece.
There's only one way to get this. You know it, everybody.
92.
19's
Fallon
first.
Require 138.
Oh, thanks, Fallon. Thanks very much.
To be honest, I don't know why
James
Fallon Sherrock doesn't have a
Require
massive
84.
141 on the back of her shirt to celebrate being the first female player to hit a 9-darter.
Because she likes her pink shirt. She's already got a brand. She doesn't have to add to. Ooh, hello. This is a De Souza moment. He needs double 18. He's just working it out. De Souza did this to win the European Darts Grand Prix in Sindelfingen a few years ago. And he's done exactly the same. Incredible stuff.
As much as he found it, so it was just a little bit of a lack of experience there where, well, if looks could kill.
Do you know what? That folding of the arms right there from Fallon is one of someone who is standing in a very long queue having to do such a mundane
60.
job. That was a standing in the post office queue moment.
That's the sort of face you pull when you drive past McDonald's but realise that you've got food in the fridge.
82.
I'll have to take your word for that.
It's for heaters again. Yay.
What's wrong with that?
It's not quite a Big Mac and fries, is it?
One thing I will say, and I'll have to talk to James about this.
140.
There's a very good Belgian restaurant in Portsmouth.
Yes, there is.
And James, if you're feeling a bit homesick, get yourself down to Southsea.
137.
If you want to know what it's like, ask Jeff Smith. He was a big fan.
I love the fact that you just said to a Belgian, if you feel homesick, go to Southsea, because that's...
Well, everybody
100.
needs home comforts. And the thing about tour life is that you, over the course of years, will keep things in your suitcase or your travel case, and they will never leave. Things you will
59.
replenish, tea bags, toiletries, these kind of things you need for tour life. People take their own pillows when they go to different countries. It's all about making the experience of traveling better.
Nine.
Ouch.
Where's the second 9 of the day? Sherrock hit one earlier, Vanbesien's hit one there. I can't spake.
180.
Thank goodness Marco Maya can. Surely she's going to get a first leg here.
80.
And there's a bit of encouragement.
43.
That one just lost its momentum. Okay, that's double 13. This is a game of leaving doubles that you didn't want. Oh,
17.
how is that not nestled in?
James, you require 112.
If that was rotten, this would be horrific for Sherrock if Vanbesien can find his second 112 of the day.
Is he going 60? He shouldn't have. Should have gone 54 there. Till he's 38.
52. Fallon, you require 26.
For the break, and to bring it back to 2-1.
Yeah, that's
The
game
double
to the
13
third
is found for
Fallon
Sherrock. She's back in the contest. She returns the game to throw.
Forward-leggers Fallon the throw first. Game on.
Second most neglected double on the dartboard is double 13. Predominantly, the only time you ever see it,
100.
or the times when you see it, a 146 checkout, where it's 2 treble 20s and double 13, or if you leave something like 81 and you hit single 19, treble 12.
180. 80.
Vanbesien with his first maxi of the match.
100.
And he has had spells over the course of the day of real power scoring. And he's shown it again. He's improving as the day moves along. 90.17 the average here. Not too max, 3-1-40s, full scores of a ton or more.
60.
Outscoring Fallon when it comes to the power visits.
It's about the backup shots, though. 180s are great. But if you back that up with a trebleless visit, it might as well have just been a 140.
180.
Now that Sherrock's got her second, she's in the driving seat of this leg. And don't underestimate as well, when she was 2-0 down and had that
95.
post office queue moment, don't underestimate the motivation of being hacked off. Some people, when they're just a bit
97.
perturbed, is the clean way to put it, they can find something else. Just look at Gary Anderson. Whenever you tick him off a little bit, he does tend to find an extra 2 or 3%. Fallon's the same.
94. Fallon, you require 24.
But she just doesn't show it maybe as much.
Yeah,
And
that's
look
game
what's
to the
happened
fourth
since.
leg. Fallon Sherrock.
16
Fifth
data,
leg is James
13
to
data.
throw
It's
first.
2-2.
Game on.
Is it fair to say that Fallon's one of those players that, even though her demeanour outwardly wouldn't show, but it's the type of player that has to play with an edge riding on a game?
You'd maybe have to ask her that. But she's played some of her best stuff when there's been a lot of pressure.
121.
And whereas that's a brilliant quality to have, sometimes for people who have got star status,
180.
it's how they can play under more mundane circumstances like this. However, at the minute, it's rather good. Average is climbing. The 180 count is rolling at the minute.
180.
Not the first time we've seen 5 maximums in a match today, because Fallon against Labanauskas got all 5.
140.
And went 5 deep into the 9. She missed dart 7 earlier on today against Darius Labanauskas. She is threatening the 9 dart leg this week. Twice now she is giving us a bit of a scare in that particular department.
She's having a feast of famine time on the 180s. 2 games without one. The other 2, 5, and 3 in this one.
93.
And it's only like 5.
James, you require
She could get more.
100.
Especially if Vanbesien takes out the ton. For 11 data and 2-0 down, will put himself back in front. Now, it's not the first time
60.
that Fallon's found herself behind in a
88.
game and then found her way back in front. She did exactly that against Ted Evetts earlier on today. But it may just be a dodgy dart at the ball, but she chased the treble and paid the price. And so Vanbesien back for tots for that 3-2 lead.
When are people going to stop doing that?
48. James, you require 40.
That big 18 is just waiting for a dart, and you just neglect it.
Yeah, that's
And
game
that
7 the fifth
is the
leg.
price.
James Vanbesien.
You make that mistake when your opponent's on a double,
6 legs.
you will
Fallon
pay
to
for
throw
it.
First. Game on.
I've got a question to ask you about
97.
Fallon. And her MBE status is a fabulous thing. What she's done for the sport has been a phenomenal thing. What Fallon and Littler have done for the sport in the last 5 years,
100.
I am eternally grateful for. But just how important is it that she, at the end of her career, is known as a world
134.
champion? Because she is a PDC match play champion and will always be referred to as the first. But I just wonder, because of her career path, whether the importance of being a world champion is there.
Well, it's interesting, as I say, we mentioned with the
140.
MBE, and when you have sports people that get those types of accolades and those types of honours, they could be for different things, whether it be for achievement or what you do away from the sport. With Fallon, it's a mixture of both. Obviously, what she did
40.
achieve and then
James, you
the
require
consequences of it.
136.
We'll talk about this a bit more. Vanbesien, 136 for the match. Doesn't go, and so Sherrock returned to the 170 to save the match. Now, remember, she hit a very important one against Gabe Clements.
60.
One of the best
Fallon, you
finishes
require
of the last 5
170.
years when she hit this against Clemens. It's on.
145.
Tremendous try from the one person who has had a
James, you
bullseye
require
finish today.
76.
But because she missed it, she might pay the price again.
Because Vanbesien has left 8-8 for the match. And a 4-2 victory. But it
60.
doesn't go. And so
Fallon, you
Sherrock is
require
reprieved.
25.
Sherrock might be relieved.
17.
Maybe not. She
James,
can't
you
understand why
require
that one
16.
didn't hit the target. This one might.
You sense this one has to. And it
Game
does.
shots
And it's
and a match.
victory for
James
Vanbesien as he gets the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. Good game, good performance. 92.71 and 91.11 the averages in that particular contest. Vanbesien 57% when it came to the finishing. We're going to take a break. Upon our return, Dan Asbury takes on Darius Labanauskas. It's the first game from the final round of fixtures. Free to go. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw James Vanbesien get the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. That's the end of the 4th round of fixtures for the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And a really intriguing table going into the final rounds play. It's the ADC qualifier, Dan Asbury, that leads the way. 3 wins from 4 for him. The next 4 are all on 4 points, whilst the player at the bottom of the pile is Ted Evetts. So, going into our final round, our first game of it is Dan Asbury, who can make it 4 wins from 5 on his opening day if he can get the better of Darius Labanauskas. Lucky dude who has been impressive at times, but maybe at points timing has just been a little bit off, although he did run into one against Andy Hamilton last time out.
Absolutely. Hamilton with one of the best performances of the day. A 94.4 against Labanauskas is the best we've seen, numerically. However, Dan Asbury is having a great debut day. If he walks away with a win against Labanauskas, another feather in his cap, and a guaranteed lead overnight.
First leg is down the throw first. Game on. $96.
As for his doubling today, it's been okay. He's had double digits of darts at double in every match he's played.
41.
He's getting plenty of chances. That tells me that his scoring has been very proficient. But if we were to look at
58.
percentages of what he's done today, well, I'd have to say that he's left some chances out there, and he did have a match dart in his first match against Andy Hamilton. He lost that 4-3. He could be easily coming into this game perfect.
Well, we were given the information about his prolific maximum hitting in ADC events, and, well, it's bearing fruit here on the Super Series stage.
Well, if I may,
81. Then you
maybe
require
the most
167.
impressive thing about his day, it's not being the amount of 180s, it's the fact that he's hit at least one in every match
96.
he's played. That's impressive. He's 31% on doubles today. The fact that he has been allowed the amount of chances he's
60.
had
Then you require 71.
is the fault of his opponents. The next dart at double he gets, it will be his 50th dart at a double today. And it's only the start of his 5th game. Oh, but he's not going to get one. Not at that
55.
visit.
The irony of a dart hitting the double, denying him a dart at a double. But he is going to come back. Darius hasn't got out the blocks at all in this game.
Yeah, if you're going to make a mistake like that, do it when you're 260 ahead.
60. Then you require 16.
2 8s to 1-0. 16
that's
points
good for
for
them
his
the first
16th
leg.
dart.
Dan Asbury. Second leg
And
is
I just
Darius the
wonder,
throw
and I know it's
first.
still early days as far as the
Game
week's concerned. We've seen him play at Q School, do bits here and there. I wonder whether this week will just give him a bit more of a stead. So maybe look at more than
100.
where he's playing at the minute. Maybe have other aspirations in terms of playing.
Well, you bring up a really good point, Henry, because there are different types of dart players out there. There are different types of sporting
46.
people out there. Some people want to have a full-time job, spend time with their family, and then every now and again they want to play a bit of darts. Whatever level you play at is entirely up to you and how ambitious you are. But there are other people who want to make this their living. Ash
84.
Coleman has said in one of our interviews with qualifiers here that they want this to be their job.
140.
We'd have to find out from Dan maybe tomorrow as to what he wants to do. Only he knows what he wants for his future. But I do get the feeling that maybe it's
140.
not just about him. Maybe he's got somebody else that will have a say in that. And that is not a bad thing.
100.
He's at a stage in life where other responsibilities come to the forefront. I mean, you see younger players, and I mentioned Karen Crabtree earlier on in the programme, and he's probably a case in point, him and Owen Bates, who took darts on full time and
85.
kind of got that fall back if they need it to.
Well, look at someone like Dan, who went to Q School for the first time in 2014. He didn't go again for 8 years. There was obviously something going on there.
Darius, you require
Whether it was work
92.
commitments, family, that kind of thing. Other things take over. That's a missed single for Darius and a freebie for Dan. You don't often see that.
73.
And he's missed 2
Dan, you
singles in a
require
row.
157.
So hold the phone.
Which is interesting because if you thought that the last game of the day would take its toll on somebody, you would maybe say, Dan, oh my,
77.
that's completely snapped
should
the stem.
require
I hope he's
19.
got spares.
Well, if he hasn't, he's in trouble. That's why you take spares up there, just in case you have a kablamo moment. Yes, I went full Batman there.
Three.
But unfortunately, Darius does not go full Dark Knight.
As Guido would say, pit stop.
Then you require 80.
But he's got the running repairs done for the Breaker throwing a 2-0 lead.
Took me a bit of a time to get there on the pit stop reference. Double top.
Yeah, that's
Oh
came short of
my.
the second
What a
one.
great
Dan
recovery
Asbury.
from the pits. He hasn't got the checkered flag yet, but he's got
Third
a
leg is Dan
great
the
lead at the
first
halfway point for
game.
him. He ponders. Sometimes you wake up as a professional darts player and you think, where am I today?
60.
It takes you 90 seconds, 2 minutes to realise, oh, that's right, I'm in Portsmouth. I'm in Graz, because he was there 48 hours ago. I'm in Lithuania.
100.
The scary ones are when you wake up in your own home and you don't know you're home. It does happen.
140.
To be honest, when you realise I'm in Portsmouth, I suppose you would give away that look, couldn't you? I'm allowed to say it.
Yeah, but you're saying it about your hometown.
Oh, we all say it around here. Don't worry about that much.
85.
So why are you still here then? If it's so terrible.
Luckily, work commitments mean I have to stay here.
96.
Well, I grew up in the town of Blythe in Northumberland, and I am immensely proud of it. Not just because of the mighty Spartans, but because of one of the best beaches in the entire country. And that leads me to my next point about
100.
Darius. No matter what happens in this game, he's not the kind of person to sit in his hotel room all day and do nothing. He will explore.
81.
He will find out what Portsmouth's all about. So expect a selfie of the Spinnaker Tower or something else later. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to see Charles Dickens' birthplace.
Well, it could well be a tale of 2 days as far as Darius is concerned, because he'll be hoping that his fortunes
83.
change on Tuesday
Then you require
compared to
124.
Monday. And if Asbury don't take out the 1-2-4, we could have a plot twist. The bullseye.
99.
Pickwick the leg.
Darius, you require 133.
He's looking to Nicholas Nickleby the leg.
$93. Then you
Well, it was the
require
best of times, and
25.
they're turning into the worst of times.
Well, Asbury missed a dart at the ball, and he's missed a single. And he's saying, please, sir, can I have one more dart at a double?
17.
Doesn't go. Labanauskas
Darius, you
back for
require
top.
That was
40.
just too messy. Even the hit single just hit the single. It was a bit ragged from Dan. Plenty of room under that.
Yeah,
See?
that's game shot in the
Just
third
like
leg.
that.
Darius Labanauskas. Forward leg is Darius to throw first. Game on.
How many S's in his name then? If you could be asked that question without looking at his name.
140.
There are 3. Do you know there's only one country in the world with 4 O's in it?
140.
Don't tell me just yet. 4, did you say?
4.
As many as 4.
I say 4 because that's exactly what these guys are
100.
looking for. 4 legs. And if Darius doesn't get them, it's 4 points he's going to have overnight.
140.
Asbury, if he wins this game, will have double 4. He'll have 8 points overnight and be the only person to get it.
Democratic Republic of Congo.
I can confirm that Henry did not
140.
look at a smart device for that. That's a very good answer. Well done.
Thank you for getting me ready for the quiz tonight.
140.
Anyway, Labanauskas 1-2-1 to over this game at 2-2.
121.
And continuing this trend of players going 2-0 to the good and then being wheeled back into 2 apiece. Asbury, remember, had darts of 3-0 on the previous leg. But that bullseye would have been to have levelled the
Then you
match.
require 81.
That bullseye has been very safe over the last 10 matches. That is 72 left. He's looking northeast. He's just losing a little bit of focus here on
25.
some of the easier elements of the dartboard and giving Darius more chances than maybe he deserves. 2 4s.
17.
So
Then you
close.
require
And this is where you
43.
can't make that mistake again. Don't miss your single. And he doesn't.
Tops for the break.
23.
Doesn't go. Labanauskas
That
bent
is
the wire of the
required
double 4
8.
last time. He's going to get another 3 pokes at it to have this game up at 2 apiece.
Couldn't really get any closer.
4.
He's let
Then
this
you
slip.
require 20.
And yet again, Dan has been giving
Yeah, that's game
away
to the fourth
nothing
line.
when he's getting
Dan
his
Asbury.
chances. He's been given too much wiggle room
Fifth leg
today
is Dan the throw
by
first.
everybody he's
Game
played.
on.
I'm not saying that Dan Asbury has been lucky. He has taken his opportunities, but his opponents have not.
I think the greatest compliment you
57.
can pay Dan is he's a debutant, but he doesn't look like a debutant. He looks like he's been on that stage before.
And that's why I think the end of day numbers, the overall average for the day, the percentage on the
100.
doubles, they're going to tell a very vivid story come tomorrow. And we will talk about that in round 1 come Tuesday morning. If you're marking your card for Tuesday,
100.
we will be here from 9:30 a.m. on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, as per. And if you would like a little reminder of that, click the notification bell and we will let you know in due course when we go live.
100.
When we're live.
Is there a parrot in here?
180.
Is there a parrot in
Don't play games you can't end, Henry.
Well, Asbury could end the game here if he can take out the 164.
84.
4 wins on
Then you
5 on
require
what has been
164.
a real good opening day for him here at the Super Series. Could he finish it in style? No, decides to lay up.
I think this has been
96.
better than a good day. Considering all of the reputations around him, like Sherrock, Evetts, Hamilton, Labanauskas. He is the greenhorn of this crab boat.
180.
But if he takes the
Then you
68,
require
he's the
68.
captain.
Tops.
48.
Doesn't go.
Darius, you require
Felt like a
37.
rush dart as Darius comes back for 37 to pull one back. Return the game to throw at 2-2.
Interesting that he decided to go for the maximum to leave 37 instead of trying to leave tops with 3 darts. It's
Yeah,
worked
that's
though.
closer than the fifth
It's
leg.
worked a treat.
Darius Labanauskas. 6 leggers, Darius to throw first. Keep
14 darts of that for Laban.
If you look at him from about 5-6 years ago compared to now, he hasn't aged. I've got to get some sort of soap recommendation from Darius.
60.
His dart shirts haven't changed much. He's been with the same company the whole time. His action hasn't changed.
180.
Move over, big 180 hitters, because Dan Asbury's here. That's 2 in this game.
60.
That's 13 for the day.
100. 100.
He's in again. He's accelerating towards the finishing line.
180.
This is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It's his best individual effort in a game, getting 4. As much fun as it would be to have another leg to try and get more, he doesn't want any more. He wants to hit tops.
To complete a 4 from 5 day.
6.
But it's a nervy match start. That's now 3 of them that have come and gone.
3 times today, he's gone for tops and hit a 5. That's twice on a match start he's done that. Whatever you do, Darius, don't hit a 180 this time.
145.
Set up perfectly. Asbury 35 to seal the points. Double 16, just about in the single. Has he just realised the
19.
magnitude of the task ahead of
Darius
him?
require 36.
The magnitude of what he was about to achieve.
Now, the insurance policy of having the darts on the last leg, there's no way that comes into it here.
Yeah, that's game so then a 6 leg. Darius
No
Labanauskas.
way. I don't believe in it. Because at
7th
no
and
point was
final
Dan
leg. It's
thinking
Dan
about
to
it.
throw first. Game on.
Because he wanted to get that game done 4-2. Now he's got some scar tissue. Now we'll find out what he's got.
85.
And that is a classic third dart walk.
And because this is the last game of the day, this could have a overhanging effect going into tomorrow morning.
60.
Yeah, first game of the day for them tomorrow. Game 3 against each other. Stay in position here. He was still walking on that
140.
third dart. He's leaning downwards, which means the shoulder has to climb when you throw that third dart incrementally. It's only a small amount, but this is a game of millimetres. Stay in position on dart 3. Give yourself the best
100.
chance. And he's still got a great chance. He's got the darts and a lead of 1 dart.
54.
But for how long? Oh, it's a brilliant pickup.
122.
A terrible first start for Darius. And then his ability to pick up after that, that's why he's a pro.
96.
Experience really is coming to the fore here. Asbury does leave himself first to a finish, but don't be surprised if Labanauskas picks up a 2-treble turn here.
He's sticking with 2. How about 3? He's wondering what he wants to leave. He's got 102.
137.
I like that a lot.
Require 126.
You'd much rather have 82 than 83. How about 0, though? Can't get past it. Labanauskas, the ultimate opportunist,
46.
might just
Darius
pick Dan's
require
pocket.
82.
A game that Asbury had full control of 3-1 in front. He's had match darts for 4-1 and 4-2, but Labanauskas now is going to have an opportunity of his own to win the match. Well, he doesn't like the lie of that first dart. Steps back, recomposes.
66.
The drama goes on.
80.
Asbury should get at least one more match dart.
Somebody pass the milk.
Game shot.
And it is Asbury who gets the points. Dan is the man on day 1. 4 wins from 5 for the ADC qualifier. As he gets the better of Darius Labanauskas in the last leg decider, and you could literally hear what it meant to him. Coming up after the break, Fallon Sherrock and Andy Hamilton go toe-to-toe on the stage. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break, Dan Asbury got the better of Darius Labanauskas 4-3 here at the Modus Super Series. 2 more games to go, and a real heavyweight clash in our penultimate matches. Fallon Sherrock MBE takes on Andy Hamilton. As far as these 2 days are concerned, both players picking up 4 points, 2 wins and 2 defeats as far as things stand for them. If Sherrock can win this one, would 6 points feel appropriate for the day that she's had?
I'd have to say yes. I think this is a fair shootout to see who has a day of winning more than they lose. There have been ups and downs, but a decent level of consistency for a Monday, in my opinion.
First leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
But what I think is that there is another level to both players, and I am convinced that we will see that tomorrow and or Wednesday.
140.
We were just saying off the air that we think Dan Asbury's given himself a tremendous start to the week.
37.
Even if he doesn't go on to win Group A, he's given himself a great shout of making Group B, which in a debut week is a great achievement.
140.
Fallon started this match as if she refuses to leave without another
56.
win. This is a really hot start.
$100.
She was saying earlier that her game's in good shape. I'd have to agree with that. And And I think she, probably more than anybody else, is grateful to the PDC for
57.
the women's
Fallon
series.
Sherrock, 121.
Let's face it, she's probably the main reason that it started.
85.
And I do think actually it's quite important to decipher the accolades in terms of achievements on the hockey is into then what she's done for the sport aside from the playing things. There is, even though what she did has led to certain
71.
things, I feel like there
Fallon
should be a
Sherrock, 36.
deciphering of it. So we praise her as a player and then praise her as a person.
Two very different things.
18.
Just like double 18 and double 9 are two very different things. One you like, one you hate. Most right-handers like double 18. Most right-handers despise double 9.
56.
There's a few
Fallon
who are quite
Sherrock,
agnostic
18.
to it and just don't really care. However, traversing the board to double 4
10.
does not yield the leg just yet.
It's fair to say with Fallon that the doubling's either been really good or a little bit off kilter. 50% in the game against Evetts, 4 from
60. Fallon
17
Sherrock,
against
8.
Labanauskas, 50% against Asbury in defeat, and 2 from
that's
7
games
against
in the first
Vanbesien,
one.
but
Fallon Sherrock.
eventually finds the double 4 to
Second
lead
leg, Andy
1-0.
to throw first. Game on.
Let's go back to your point then. If anybody's watching on their smart device right now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, think of a sports person. You can think of anybody. Tiger Woods, Roger Federer,
134.
anybody like that. Can you honestly tell me that you can judge who a sports person is as
60.
a player the same as a person? I don't think you can. If I can be brutally honest, and I mean brutally honest, there are plenty of
99.
dart players out there over the last 25 years who've been so popular with the fans. And they're not nice people. I'm not going to give you the examples because that's unfair.
134.
It's my personal opinion and the opinions of others. But you cannot judge who someone is as a person based on how they perform or who they perform as. Peter Wright on the stage is Snakebite.
58.
Off the stage, he's Peter Wright. Fallon Sherrock plays up there as the Queen of the Palace, in pink, focused, determined.
81.
She has those qualities as a person too, but she's also a mum. She's also a partner. She shoulders the responsibility of being who she is amazingly well.
58.
But then again, a lot of people do in sport worldwide, and it's a tough thing to do.
90.
Particularly in women's
And
sport as
you
well.
require
Remember
152.
Serena Williams winning a Grand Slam after coming back from giving birth, which is an incredible achievement. Hamilton 152 isn't going to go. What can Sherrock make of the 136? This would be for the break of throw and to double a lead to 2-0.
Fallon, you require 136.
It would be something. Now we have to go past tense. It would have been something.
96.
But if
And
Andy
you
makes an
require
error-
36.
She's waiting.
It's one of those who blinks first scenarios.
Yeah, that's game
And there was
done in
no
second
blinking
round.
from
Andy
Hamilton. A level
Hamilton.
game we have at 1-1.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
If you were going to have a new rock band that was named after darts, you'd have to call them Blink 180.
100.
182 is too many, right? Unless it's on a quad board.
Or you've miscounted. I don't know how you would have
96.
miscounted, but
I'm always fascinated to hear the favourite music act of many dart players out there.
58.
Some of the acts I've never heard of because I'm a bit old school like that. I think Andy is the same. Do you think Andy's a a rock kind of guy. Doesn't strike me as an R&B kind of guy. I think he's more of a...
37.
I think he'd like U2 or AC/DC, something like that.
So on the subject of music, you haven't listened to
100.
Beyonce's new country album then?
That's not going to happen. We know that Fallon likes Katy Perry. And if Katy Perry would please get in touch with Fallon, it would make her year. She was rather hopeful that Katy would tweet her back in 2019, 2020, but it never happened. And I think there were some things that were missed at that point. The opportunity for Fallon to go straight to New York City in the summer of 2020, and I thought there was an open goal missed back then to get her on the Jimmy Fallon show, because it could have been Fallon on Fallon. Speaking of open goals, back of the net.
That's game short in the third leg. Fallon Sherrock.
And that now means every player has had a top plus out today.
Game on.
103 joining a glistening collection of ton plus outs. There's been 7 all told today.
83.
I think these are the two players today who are not going to break a sweat playing 5 games. They're so well versed in this format. And they play a lot of darts.
Well, you remember back in Southampton when we initially set this up from a isolated studio in Southampton, because the pool of players we had were either
60.
A, restricted, or B, not as widely cast the net as it is now. Fallon was playing pretty much every other week. She was basically living in Southampton for about 3 months.
Most of us were. And we were very grateful as well.
I mean, back in them days, we couldn't even get players from
60.
Wales.
Couldn't get players from Ireland at one point. We were just grateful to have players.
140.
You can see the steps that have been made since then, not just to give us this incredible place to play, incredible place to broadcast, but we are casting that net wider and wider and wider. We want players from all around the world.
180.
As for the destiny of leg number 4, it's very much up to double 18 now. This is for an 11 darter.
That's game short.
That is a world-class leg. As soon as Hamilton hits that max, Fallon is on notice.
Fallon to throw first.
And she just shuts the door. There is a real possibility here of a performance of the day here from Fallon. No 180s, but please don't let that fool you. She's had 7 140-plus scores to Andy's none.
99.
This is a complete butchering of the middle category here.
97.
And she looks fresh enough to play another 5.
She plays women's series darts, Henry. This is like a part-time shift
44.
for a women's series player. You look at the Challenge Tour, you look at the women's series, you look at the Development Tour. What does that do?
100.
It gets you into tournament condition.
And I was intrigued to see how Fallon was going to react because, okay, yes, it wasn't the full spectrum of the Super Series is, but she played in front of a crowd here yesterday, and now it's complete silence. 2 completely different atmospheres in the same arena back-to-back days, but she has reacted
140.
stupendously well to it,
164.
and now has 6 for the match.
She's seen it all. She's played in front of thousands. She's played in front of nobody. It's just another day at the
92.
office. But this game is turning out to be a little bit better than anything else today. 72 more in her 5th visit of this leg, will give her something very sweet to leave Portsmouth with.
180.
But it's going to have to go. Max has applied maximum pressure from Hamilton for the match. Double
Game
18
shot
is
and the
found.
match.
It's
Fallon
fantastic for Fallon Sherrock to end the day. It's a 14 dart to the average just underneath the ton mark. 99.93 in the end. It was a barrage of 140 hitting. 7 compared to the one of Hamilton. He had a couple of matches but was completely outscored in the contest. 4 for 9 on the doubles, including a 103 out. Sherrock beats Hamilton 4-1. Our last game is Evetts Vanbesien.
We've just seen the performance of the day come from the Queen of the Palace, and she leaves Monday's action on 6 points with a very healthy +2 leg difference. And going into moving day tomorrow, she will be pleased with her first day's work, I'm sure. However, this last game that we've got here on Monday is particularly intriguing because Ted Evetts starts this match at the foot of the table on 2 points. James Vanbesien, who has warmed into the day, could confine Evetts to number 6 spot, and at the same time getting himself very close to the top 2. What will happen here?
First leg is Ted's through first. Game on.
Ted will feel if he can win this one, move himself on to 4 points at the end of the day. There's still a battle in front of him if he can go through the card on day 2. Although you do get to a stage on Monday when you do get off to a poor start that you try and damage limitation and make sure that in the worst case scenario you can try and secure a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night respectively.
Just want to give our viewers a little bit of an insight
180.
as to what we've seen from Sherrock today after that flawless start from James to this final match. 89.76 for the day for Sherrock. Very competitive. 40% on the doubles. In most weeks, if you can maintain that and at the right time stick in a performance like we've just seen, which was almost 100, that is a formula to win a week.
60.
It really is. So that's encouraging.
$59.
It's the final game of the first day's play. If you've missed any of the action, if you're not highlights available on the Super Series YouTube channel, on top of other bonus live content. And if you missed it on Saturday evening, you can rewatch
100.
Bo Grease making Super Series history by becoming the first ever female player to win a week. That, as well as the live influencer day, available now on the Super Series YouTube channel. So do
140.
subscribe for plenty of bonus content there.
More content than you can poke a stick at. I do feel like Ted needs to get something in the bank after this match.
107.
I do fear for his chances of not only winning this group, but getting into Group B potentially. If he loses this one, you don't want to be on the bottom of the table.
59.
You're putting pressure on Tuesday.
80.
Vanbesien 80 for the first leg and a break of throw. That was precariously high. What can you see of this? Maybe a little bit to the right-hand corner. Oh, that is a fantastic find, all things considered.
Second leg is James to throw first. Game on.
When you can find tops with those two things in the way, honestly, the FBI should use this guy to try and find Jimmy Hoffa. That's an outrageous start.
Literally found a mountain from a molehill.
100.
Ted Evetts is probably thinking, this just isn't my day. You can have a couple of days
60.
here in a 5 or 6 day week where you think, it's not my day, but as long as it's your week, that's the main thing. We've seen so much in the way of history over the last few weeks. Osborne winning a group scenario in a Group C,
85.
and the first player ever to have 3 perfect days, apart from Bo Greaves, who's actually had a perfect week now. We're talking about perfect qualifying days. It seems
59.
like all of the records are being completely shattered here this year. Maybe it's only a matter of time before Darryl Pilgrim's average record goes then.
You teasing us to something bigger than 122.69?
I wouldn't be surprised.
60.
Someone could realistically go 412s for 125.25. Are you saying that isn't possible?
So what Stud says, any outcome is possible no matter how unlikely it may seem. James Vanbesien, who got the break in the first leg. Now look at hammer home that advantage in leg 2.
92.
And just to give you some sort of indication as to what's possible,
James, you require 164.
I'm going to do a calculation in a minute for something that happened at the weekend. And we're talking about 4-leg blitzes.
$45.
That's a good first start from Ted. 124 is bare minimum.
85.
Oh,
James,
Edward.
you require 119.
That is not a good last start. How good is dart 2 here? It's not a bad one.
59.
But this has
Sets
got to
you
be
require
perfect.
139.
It's got to be 3 pinpoint shots on a 139. You can't go same section twice either. That's what makes it so hard.
Change you require 60.
This for a 2-0 lead. Vanbesien can besiege Evetts here, who has a figure of frustration on the back of the stage. Tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the
The
second
2-0
round.
to
James
Vanbesien. Ted Evetts is probably in that position where,
Third
look, he's still
leg is
going to
set
give
throw
everything, but
first. Game on.
if you gave him an ultimatum now where you said, go home, do you want to go home? I think he would take it. Reset and go again tomorrow.
This is a
100.
really good test of the grey matter between the ears. There's a really interesting line in yoga. They talk about resilience and patience.
140.
Patience is defined by not running away from something uncomfortable. Resilience is built on constantly putting yourself in uncomfortable situations and doing your best or doing the right
60.
things in that moment. That's exactly what Ted is going through right now. But if I may go back to my previous point about 4-leg blitzes. On Saturday, Luke Littler played Damon Hedder. He had a 4-leg blitz. He won 4 straight legs in 46 darts. The average for those 4 legs is 130.69.
140.
It is possible to break Pilgrim's record, but it will take something rather special. But it can be done.
And on the subject of Luke Littler, next Monday is the 1-year anniversary of him winning his first Champions League, beating Jacob Taylor in the final.
31.
That was on the same day as the King's coronation. So there was 2 coronations in one day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You had the one at Westminster Abbey, and then you also had the coronation of a prince to king in Luke Littler.
Who's getting the
82.
cake then?
James, you require 150.
Hopefully Ted will bake the cake.
James is trying to take the cake. Well, Ted's finding
48.
himself in these awkward
Statue
positions of a
required
139, a 119. These are not finishes that you necessarily want to have. It's got to be 60 double 19 now. Up and down like a yo-yo in this shot.
81. James, you require 102.
Well, this, I feel like, could be one kick in the teeth too many for Ted if this went. And it could go.
Ted, put your gum shield in.
Oh,
that's
that
game
will
short in the
hurt.
third leg.
That will
James
feel
Vanbesien.
like a kick in the solar
Forward leg is
plexus.
James to throw
Vanbesien
first.
leads 3-0. It's just been one of them days, Ted, hasn't it?
It's a bit like Ted going to his favourite restaurant, ordering his favourite dish, and somebody's just passed him a
140.
bowl of water.
Well, this would be potentially the first 4-0 scoreline we've seen all day.
81.
It's been a tight group. We expected, though, this from the outset today, didn't we? A tight group, littered with quality. It's been a really enjoyable day for me.
I'm glad you've had fun, because Ted hasn't.
81.
I think he's feeling a bit blue. He's feeling a bit like Coventry City.
They're performing in Portsmouth for a couple of weeks, Blue.
How can I mention Coventry and you went off on a blue tangent? I know they're the Sky Blues, but that was not what I expected you to say.
Well, you know, I always get a rise from it.
140.
Completely lost on me. But James is found. After losing his first couple of games, if he's walking
100.
away with a 4-0
James,
victory
you
and
require 140.
6 points for the day, He's going to be second overnight. Above Sherrock. Behind Asbury. But very much in with a shout
60.
over the next couple of days.
And do you remember early on in the session we were a little bit worried about James? Well, it's gone the other way round now. He's averaging 93.1 and 100% on the doubles, and he could go into day 2 as possibly one of the key players to catch.
50.
No wonder he's called the
Required
Phoenix.
80.
Okay, finish with a flourish if you don't.
Tops,
shots, and a match.
finishing
James
with a
Vanbesien.
flourish. James Vanbesien beats Ted Evetts by 4 legs to nil. 4 from 4 on the doubles. It was a stupendous performance, a 93-94, adjacent to 16 darts per leg. He gets the better of a luckless, hapless, and unfortunately now for him, a player only on 2 points in Ted Evetts by 4 legs to nil. Right, myself and Nico will round up all the day's action next door in the studio after this. Well, welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we have completed the day's action here at the Modus Super Series. Myself and Paul has been watching every single dart in the commentary box. Just first of all, what's been your overall thoughts and assessments of the day?
Yeah, it's been pretty good, hasn't it? I think the early stories were pretty vibrant. We saw a good start from Fallon, but the end was fabulous. I saw a gradual improvement from certain players. It was nice to see James getting into his groove. Getting that first win in round 3 was vital to have any sort of chance of walking away from a day that he was going to be pleased with. But finishing the day with tops, that was brilliant. I've got to commend him for one of the performances of the day.
Well, top of the table following day 1 is Dan Asbury, the ADC qualifier, the debutant from the Midlands. This is how the table looks following the end of the first day's play. And he really did, Dan, take to the Super Series stage like duck to water.
He has done very, very well. I think his 180 count in double figures for the day, that's got to be the brightest spark, alongside getting 8 points from a possible 10. But if I may play devil's advocate a little bit, he was given too many chances. His opponents have got to look in the mirror tonight and say, he's top because we gave him too much wiggle room. He's got the chance to do it. He did it. He's top of the table. I give him all the credit in the world. But there were times when he was given too many bites of the cherry.
We've already spoken about James Vanbesien on 6 points. Fallon Sherrock also on that mark. How would you assess her day overall?
I think she'll be very pleased with it. It's always nice to finish a day on a very nice note, isn't it? Because when she's played certain players today, she has been punished for little misses. But that was how she started the day against Ted Evetts. And the fact that she was able to win that match from behind was very encouraging. But the way she finished against Andy Hamilton was fabulous. That was the best performance overall of the day, and she'll be very much looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, that is how the day ends as far as Group A is concerned. As for the bottom 3, Ted Evetts has got work to do, Andy Hamilton, do we perhaps expect a little bit more from him because of what he's done on the seniors circuit?
Yeah, I think we probably expected a little bit more from Andy, but he's still got a bit of time to get into the groove. As far as Group A is concerned, it's got to be quick because the players ahead of him in the table have played much better. I expect them to do the same tomorrow. Ted, maybe a little bit worried about some of the shaking of the head at the end. We know that he's a lovely lad. He's very well experienced for such a young age. However, it just doesn't seem to click on that stage, and he's got to be honest as to why that is. If it's a preparation thing, try and put it right for tomorrow.
Shall we do it again all tomorrow?
Of course we will.
Right, I shall see you there. We shall see you there as well. We'll be back with you from 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how day 2 is going to go as far as week 10 is concerned. But on day 1, it was Dan, that was the man. Asbury takes the first assault.